набудов.
Справжня магія.
Єдина магія, яку
Les abricots du Donbass. Là où cessent de pousser les abricotiers, commence la Russie.
20 days in Mariupol.
This is the first Oscar in Ukrainian history.
Madam First Lady of Ukraine.
Вбивство культурної спадщини під захистом воєнних злочинів.
Довбуш.
Слава Україні!
Шановна пані Олено, шановні пані та панове, радий вітати всіх глядачів на цьому щорічному міжнародному форумі «Креативна Україна», організованим Міністерством культури та інформаційної політики України та Українським центром культурних досліджень. Радий вітати вас у цій глядацькій залі, а також всіх, хто приєднається онлайн та буде переглядати нас у прямому ефірі. Міжнародний форум «Креативна Україна» є найбільшою у Східній Європі платформою для обговорення державної політики.
Platform to discuss public policy in the area of culture and creative industries. Politicians, creative entrepreneurs, international experts, government officials, civic society representatives are involved in the searches for optimal ways of creative economy development in Ukraine, in spite of all the challenges. And the times are really challenging because the country lives through the war, but we continue fighting for the future of Ukraine and its cultural development. It is these times when culture becomes the stalwart of our national identity. The topic of today is rethinking the culture, rethinking our cultural heritage in conditions of war to create new type of culture and creative industries. Well, my script says it's a big round of applause due now. The forum's objective is to show how the war has contributed to rebuilding and rethinking the Ukrainian culture and the impact of creative industries. Our nation is an example of resilience worldwide, and Ukrainian creative industry representatives continue fighting for the freedom and independence. We have traditionally two scenes, number one, which is here, and number two, with a special agenda on eco-culture. It will be moderated separately, and you can find for more details on the forum's website, or you can get information on the flip side of your badge. Year after year, a big team of professionals is busy making the forum an important steps towards progress and development. So I'm very pleased to present the coordinators and organizers and partners of the forum. Ministry of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine, the Ukrainian Center for Cultural Research, Design of Changes, and Design of Ukraine. They've contributed together to make this happen. We are also supported by Naftogaz of Ukraine and Federation of Oil and Gas Sector Employers, the EU delegation to Ukraine, Ukrainian Institute of Book, and the Ukrainian Culture Fund. We thank everyone for their contribution to the development of culture and creativity in Ukraine. Dear friends, like in previous year, the forum participants have been able to register in either of the formats, offline or online, and you will be able to listen to the event in two languages, Ukrainian and English. Those participants in the room now can grab their headphones. Those online, you can use either of the link for Ukrainian or English. And before we begin, let me share a bit of important information with you. If, God forbids, a missile strike alarm sounds, we invite everyone to go to the lobby, which has been certified by the State Security Service of Ukraine as a safe shelter. So please heed the advice. At any rate, the event will go on. We will be live streaming, we will be shooting it, but from the shelter. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, and we begin our 7th International Creative Ukraine Forum, Rethinking the Culture of 2024. Let this day be full to the brim with new ideas. I'd like to invite now the First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska. Good morning. Welcome everyone, every participant of the forum here in the hall, those online. The first thing I'd like to do is to thank the armed forces of Ukraine for offering us this opportunity to gather here today. For this possibility for us to get together to comfortably discuss matters of culture and its development. Really, this is a huge progress made possible by everyone fighting in the third year of this invasion. Our culture is developing. The cities with incessant missile and air strike alerts still have their theaters working. I was deeply impressed by the figure presented by the Theatrical Union to tell that we had more than 600 new performances staged in theaters throughout the wartime. At the time when the enemy tries to target our libraries, we had a record number of new bookshops and libraries opened in the country. The Shevchenko Literary Award has been probably the most representative this year, even despite some of the nominees are on the front line. Working on the Ukrainian mental health program, I'd like to say that creativity is a manifestation of resilience, our way of reconfiguring our pain into our strength. This is the mission shared by everyone here in the room, in every program. Our resilience is reflected through our culture by poets, painters, film directors here and on the front line. And our classic culture representatives also have this. We need to work more to decolonize the Ukrainian culture, to bring back those names that the empire has tried to steal from us. Whether it is the sign under Kazimir Malevich painting to mention that this is a Ukrainian painting, not Russian one, or other such examples. We want not just cannons, not just armaments to be our voice. Yes, we will defend with them, but we even more want to be associated with civilization, with powerful culture, with creativity. This is why it was important for Ukraine to be elected a member of the UNESCO World Heritage body. It was also important to see parts of Odessa being included into the World Heritage list together with Lviv and other places. It was important to see the Scythian gold being returned to the country. It is increasingly important to see Ukraine being represented on the world arts platforms, whether it is Venice Biennale or Venice Cinema Festival or Berlin or in Malta. We have been participating in world-level literary and book exhibition in Warsaw, London, Frankfurt, Latin America. The Ukrainian culture is ready to deliver. It needs to be heard and perceived. And I think in this room we have those who can just make it. We can take the place that Ukraine should assume. More than 130 new titles have been published in Ukrainian, and hopefully they will find their place in bookshops and libraries worldwide, also in the UNESCO library. The total of 47,000 of books will contribute to our voice. We have 82 museums and landmarks worldwide presenting guides in Ukrainian, a voice of the motherlands for our forced refugees and people of Ukrainian descent, and also the voice of Ukraine that is fighting, determined to preserve its cultural landmarks. This is the voice of the country defending culture and civilization, not only of its own, but also of the world from modern barbarianship. We have representatives of foreign nations, representatives of international organizations who we've been cooperating with in the scope of the project, and I do hope that our Ministry for Culture and Information Policy will be even more active in collaborating, not for the sake of it being implemented, but in order to ensure better survival of Ukraine. Culture is also about understanding each other. The sooner we are understood, the easier those on the front line we have it. And it was demonstrated at the recent Oscar Prize award with the documentary by Mstislav Chernov. Rephrasing his own words, we would really love to see there had been no reason for that film. But still, things happened, and voices of those peoples allowed the world to hear about the tragedy. We need to witness it, witness publicly, internationally. We should not be afraid of our own voice. We need to be heard, and I'd like to thank everyone who has been contributing to it. Thank you so much, Olena, for your inspiring words. Your round of applause to the First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska. You know, the words by Mstislav Chernov you mentioned, dear Olena, I do have them in mind. I come back to them every other time. I do remember a collection of poems called Poems from the Trench Line. And I do remember people talking about how nice it would be to write verses not about the blood and death, but about something more peaceful.
Dear friends, I give the floor to the extraordinary and plenipotentiary ambassador of Canada to Ukraine, Ms. Natalka Tsmots. Please, and thank you for joining us. Good day. Dear Ms. Zelenska, ladies and gentlemen,
thank you to the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy and to the Ukrainian Center of Cultural Research for organizing this forum. It is a privilege to be here and to talk about the transformative role of art, culture, and creative industries in Ukraine together with you. Over the past 23 months, the war has taken the lives of at least 98 Ukrainian artists, writers, musicians, directors, and dancers. Just yesterday, I was visiting Superhumans in Lviv, and I met a dancer, a man who volunteered to fight and lost his leg. But he had so much hope, and he was actually trying on a prosthetic to help him now learn how to run. So hope is there, but it's a great loss to have lost him as a dancer. Almost 2,000 museums, monuments, libraries, and other objects of cultural infrastructure has been damaged or destroyed. The Russians try to steal and suppress Ukrainian identity, but they won't succeed, because Ukraine possesses undeniable wealth of cultural talent and legacy, and because of your work in rethinking culture at the time of war, is masterful, innovative, and challenging the norms. You are not alone. The international community recognizes that it is crucial to join forces in supporting Ukraine's cultural resistance and resilience, and promoting Ukrainian culture and art. And so do we in Canada. Just a few weeks ago, Prime Minister Trudeau and President Zelensky signed an agreement on security cooperation between Canada and Ukraine, and the Prime Minister announced new support for Ukraine's resilience and recovery efforts. And this includes $15 million in preservation assistance, specifically in supporting the completion of the National Museum of the Holodomor. Through the Partnership Fund for Resilience Ukraine, we are supporting efforts that are saving, preserving, and assisting the further development of cultural entities on frontline communities affected most at the war. And this includes Museum of Change, an NGO that focuses on supporting Ukrainian cultural institutions and preserving their collections and sustaining their team during the war. I had the privilege of visiting at least one of them, including Odessa National Museum of Fine Arts. And I was thoroughly impressed by the exhibits, and the exhibits were very powerful, including the artwork of a soldier who has fallen, is no longer with us, but displaying delicate flowers that he drew while he was on the front. It was very, very powerful, showing how beauty can still be seen and preserved even in the darkest of times. Наш спільний проєкт із Surge працював із Міністерством культури та інформаційної політики України, Українським центром культурних досліджень Film.ua, Національним музеєм українського декоративного мистецтва, Національним музеєм народного мистецтва Гуцульщини та Покуття з багатьма талановитими українськими народними художниками. Для Канади було дуже почесно підтримати промоційні
the promotional video about the Ukrainian folk crafts and conceive ceramics and about Lviv embroidery, white on white, pisankas and art or glassworks. Sorry, I'm a bit emotional, but I would like to say that
resistance and resiliency is a priority of your priority and our priority in supporting you, and is an integral part of the strategy for victory, as was so eloquently mentioned by Pani Zelenska. Not just in Ukraine, but globally, Ukraine is important to showcase in the world. I wish you a productive discussion today. I know it'll focus on inclusivity in culture, on the challenges in communication with temporarily occupied territories, on the best practices and most impactful cases in cultural diplomacy, among other things.
I thank you so much for everything what you do. It's a big honor to be with you today. Glory to Ukraine, glory to its heroes. Thank you so much, Natalka. You know, once in Toronto at the festival, I got acquainted with an incredible artist of Ukrainian origin who didn't even know Ukrainian. She was mostly speaking French, but she knew 328 elements of Ukrainian hutul or clothes. I didn't even suspect that we can have so many. She's just a fantastic, incredible person. I even acquired one of the pictures with hutul clothes, and honestly, I know that she is like that, and it is incredible. I give the floor now, the introduction speech, the Deputy Head of the Representative Office of the European Union in Ukraine, Remy Duflo. Please, the floor is yours. Dear ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
But now I will speak in English.
No, I can go on.
I'm glad to join you very much, dear participants here and online, for this shared moment of exploration, the exploration of culture's transformative potential. In times of darkness, artists are torch-bearers of hope and resistance. And Ukrainian artists are no exception. And I could see that in the dozens of cities that I've visited in the past 2 years. Artists help to make sense out of what is happening, out of Russia's meaningless and unjustifiable war on the Ukrainian nation. They help in the middle of it to assert an identity, testify to endurance, and keep up the moral high ground. Culture also transcends political borders and has the power to make oneself heard. The 20 Days in Mariupol documentary has reached out to many more people than many political speeches and press conferences, but just by showing the grim reality of the war. And although it is as old as humanity, culture continues to acquire new roles and reach new horizons. It thrives in virtual spaces. Digital platforms connect artists, audiences, and ideas across continents. Let us harness together this digital revolution to showcase and amplify Ukrainians' boundless creativity. But also inclusion and diversity matter. In the European Union, we firmly believe that culture shall celebrate diversity, empower marginalized voices, and ensure that every person feels visible and audible. Also, culture is an economic powerhouse. Creative industries include the youth, generate jobs, stimulate tourism, and contribute to economic growth. So for us, culture is not only part of the path to victory, it is also part and parcel of Ukraine's recovery. Culture, finally, is key to promote Ukraine to its European Union partners, and I firmly hope future fellow member states in the European Union. The EU stands shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine in its effort to build a resilient and culturally vibrant future. And our support is comprehensive, from preserving and safeguarding archives, to digitizing art collections, to helping develop policies, to providing opportunities to young artists and cultural institutions. We do value very much in the European Union our artistic exchanges with Ukraine and our mutually enriching dialogue on cultural matters. So I wish, before wishing you a productive discussion, I wish to thank you all for your commitment to culture and creation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Remy. Thank you. That's incredibly important to be in the theater on Podil. That is something really innovative, which is filled with technical capacities. I'm amazed when I watch that, and I understand one and only thing, that all the issue is in the aggressors who came to our land, and they have never been to the theater since their childhood. The person who goes to theaters, the person who goes to museums, the person who knows art and literature, it's very hard to make an aggressor out of such a person. When your mind is not thinking, then it is easy to explain to a person that you can come and take someone else's thing and say that it's your own, from the washing machine to the achievements in culture and historical points. Now, please let us watch the screen, because we have the introduction speech from the director of the Italian Institute of Culture in Ukraine, Carlo Colonella.
Dear Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear participants of this forum, dear friends, I would like to thank you for your invitation to this important Creative Ukraine Forum 2024. My name is Carlo Colonella, and I am the director of the Italian Cultural Institute in Kiev, and on behalf of the Italian Embassy in Ukraine, I send you this short greetings message. The extraordinary successful examples and demonstrations of Ukrainian art and creativity are like the mirror of a free and strong nation. I can only name few examples. The Academy Award for Best Documentary Feature Film for 20 Days in Mariupol, the recent success of Ukrainian music groups in the Eurovision Song Contest, and the gaining momentum of Ukrainian art and music around the world. Italy supports Ukrainian culture and creativity. We are engaged not only in the cultural heritage protection in cooperation with UNESCO and the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation, but we support and we will continue to support Ukraine art and creative industries through different programs under the framework of the Italian Ministry of Culture and the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and through different and several education programs, residencies for Ukrainian artists, and other activities. The Italian Cultural Institute promoted several initiatives in the bilateral cooperation with the Ukrainian and Italian cultural institutions, and we will continue and even foster this cooperation and this collaboration between our two countries. I want to wish to all the participants of this forum a successful work, and I wish you the best in this important forum, this important day for Ukrainian art and creative industries. Thanks a lot, and bye.
Thank you so much, Carlo Colonella. Dear friends, you know, there is such a Ukrainian violin player. He's a genius, Vasyl Popadyuk. He's representing Canada. Once in the US, an older man came up to me, and I understood that I know his face. And he said, "Vasylko, I would like to buy your attire." Nobody understood what he meant, but Vasyl Popadyuk understood that the word tasma is the audio cassette. Who of you has seen the audio cassette recently? But this older man used the vehicle which still has the cassette player. And I asked Vasil Popadyuk, how do I know him? And he said, are you crazy? That's Jack Palance, Volodymyr Palahniuk, the first Ukrainian who got an Oscar award, an Academy Award, but got it as an American Ukrainian, in fact. Now we have something to be proud of already, and we have a surprise for all the participants of this year forum. This is the introduction video from Yevhen Maloletka, one of those who were the creators of the documentary 20 Days in Mariupol, which has recently got the main award in the cinema world, an Academy Award, as the best documentary feature. The film of the film director Mstislav Chernov has become the third Ukrainian film nominated for this award and the first one which got this golden statuette. Please, let's watch the screen. Dear members of the forum, it's really nice to have the opportunity to speak in front of you. It cannot be compared to what is happening with our citizens since the beginning of the full-scale invasion with Ukraine. While the Ukrainian warriors are keeping the defense line, we need to be united around our country, around truth and justice and honor. Now, these events are shaped by the artists of many branches and institutions. The creation of the Cultural Foundation for the promotion of Ukraine abroad and the education for the future generations, looking at the examples of today, have to be the priority for all of us. Countering disinformation and fake news are making us go along the way of truth, what we'll record when we see it with our own eyes and give it to the world. And the people will distinguish the white from the black. Many of our colleagues were killed at this war, and we need to always remember their names. Max Levin was not only a colleague of mine and a comrade who I wanted to be equal with him, but the Russian troops didn't give him a single chance to survive. I wouldn't like to have those pictures or videos, honestly. It is really not that pleasant for me to shoot these films, the atrocities of the war. But, that is necessary. We need to go on doing that. Very often I'm told it's not relevant, but when is it relevant? When, if not now? We don't have the right to tell ourselves that we've done enough. While the war is going on, it is time to do, and we'll have time to reflect later. Even out of what we showed, we can see the outcomes of our actions. The publications in the international media, cinema, and books, the exhibitions all over the world help to open the eyes to what is happening at our homes every day. But recently in Spain, during the public speech, I was asked, do you still have the war in Ukraine? What do you do to make a deal with Russia? It's not that hard to explain how much of grief our people are living through. Just watch the news. But if such questions are still asked, that means that we need to do more. We need to speak more and to show more. We can see the support of the authorities at the different levels in different countries, and many doors are open to help us. That is why we shouldn't be afraid, and we should go on. And during my life, I was always confident that there is nothing impossible, and it will cost us lots of efforts, our health, our own health, and our relatives' one. But we know why we do that, because when our children ask us, we will have the answer. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I give the floor to the Minister of Culture and Information Policy, Rostislav Karandiev. Dear Olena Volodymyrivna, ladies and gentlemen, friends and other presentees, nation does not exist without culture. And there is no state without culture. We have only population instead of nation, and instead of the state we just have the territory without the culture. It's the well-known historical philosophical sentence for us is becoming the practical formula and algorithm of our behavior, defining the role and the depth of the participation of culture in our behavioral system. Did we understand the meaning of culture before the war? Someone understood that precisely, someone maybe guessed a bit more. But still, the vast majority did not even think about such immaterial issues, unfortunately. Many those who are decision makers were among them. The fates of the society are depending on them. The war forces us to rethink the meaning of culture. Out of the last point in the agenda, we need to raise this issue into the priority, the issue of culture, both for the state and the population. From the resource provision as an exhaustive principle, we need to bring the culture to the priority positions of the resource provision.
Rethinking the culture has been a conscientious decision of the majority of Ukrainian elites. But after a decision is made, the implementation phase has to follow. We need to go from words and statements to some specific actions, and we are just in the midst of it. But gladly, we've started, and we go a right path towards the development of a modern post-industrial society with correct European and world values. Culture is a high-precision weapon. It's not a blunt weapon, it's not a missile, it's the weapon of the Ukrainian spirit, the fire that burns souls. When we get into detail of the heroic pages of the Ukrainian past. Culture and art goes to the deepest corners of our souls, telling the stories of the Ukrainian defenders in this war. It's the force that strengthens our spirit when we see the grandeur and the importance of our cultural heritage. It is also about sheer beauty that makes everyone fall in love with Ukraine and makes the world community solidarize with us. Culture is able to tell the world true story of the war in Ukraine. Culture diplomacy is a soft force, which is nevertheless a strong one, quite able to foster strong movement for the support of Ukraine. It has become an identifier of Ukrainian identity worldwide with hundreds of projects, exhibitions, musical performances, theatrical performances, movies. These are the mouthpieces of our voice of truth. They make people fall in love with Ukraine, its culture. They make millions of people worldwide become solidary with us. Finally, culture has become a powerful armor for us, an intricate weapon effectively hitting propaganda, destroying Russia's fakes and propaganda, squeezing Russian imperialist narratives from the mainstream media. So, what is the true answer to the question? Drones or TV series? Drones, but also TV series. Armaments, but also strong spirit. This is the precondition of victory on the battlefield and inside our consciousness. Creating Ukrainian culture, writing, painting, consuming art there's definitely a demand for it in the Ukrainian society, among the public. This way, we quench and satisfy Ukrainian people's everlasting need for true cultural values. We have to jointly create this Ukrainian culture, building up the people in their struggle to become a fully-fledged nation. Concert halls filled to the brim, box office sold out, queues at stalls. This is a sign, a sure sign that we are getting better. In culture also heals wounds. It supports, it helps. Culture is the glue well able to glue Ukraine as broken piece of china. There's kintsugi, an art in Japan where they add true gold to glue to restore china pieces, and this is valued indeed. Now we see this golden seam of culture gluing Ukraine together. The full-scale war has compelled us to review our plans. Some key priorities of the national policy in the area of culture has become preservation of people, cultural artifacts, landmarks, assets and properties. Traditional processes in both budgetary and non-budgetary spheres are undergoing forced transformation. This brings forward new, innovative, creative technologies. This also reflects in changes in the national policies. The government and its policy used to be in the second place after some public demand. We can revisit just several isolated cases when the government spearheaded some in-depth organizational and not just organizational changes. Now we are in strong need of quick changes in the ways in which the government operates, in new narratives. We need greater involvement in the implementation of national policies. We need modern creative sector. We need public activists. Such a managerial philosophy has been at the core of all the recent steps of the Ministry for Culture and Information Policy. We've introduced a strong dialogue with key cultural figures, involving them in the making of decisions. The Ministry signed memorandums of cooperation in the past 6 months, introducing this in-depth dialogue with a range of CSOs and think tanks. An analytical center or Institute of Legislative Ideas, the Ukrainian Renaissance Institute. They are among the host of powerful institutions we've contacted just in the past month. This cooperation allows us greater transparency in the designing and the implementation of governmental decisions in the field of culture and information policy. We increase our level of professionalism in the relationships with these institutions. Better engagement in cooperation with the Ukrainian Culture Fund has become a marker of improvements, and I think it's time to enhance and deepen such public-private, public-civic cooperation. Also to better describe the new role, the new function of the supervisory board in cultural institutions. We need to better select the managers of cultural institutions at all levels. We need to update the national cultural heritage protection legislation. The ministry has clarified its own managerial narrative. We need to step away from directive-based management. The government has just to contribute to processes already brewing and unfolding among the public, support best practices, support culture. This is our key function, our key assignment that we will perform in close-knit cooperation with the cultural environment. We are losing people on a daily basis. Ukrainian defenders lose their lives on the front line under enemy bombs. We also have civilians die in this war. The range of losses also includes people of culture, musicians, writers, artists. We are becoming orphaned every day. We have thousands of culture actors and figures who have become cultural refugees, having to change their occupations, having sometimes to leave the country. And yes, these are the losses that cannot be compensated for. Everyone is a priceless potential in this country. Lesser profitability of culture-related operations is a huge challenge in itself that begs for non-standard solutions. Modern cultural products have economic monetization aspects with them and to them. And we see marketing considerations being intrinsic part of cultural work. Yes, there are world markets for that. And yes, we do understand that there is no clear scale how to measure the true price of an object of art. Still, it's about economy, creative economy. Now the question is if the Ukrainian system is ready to monetize its processes. It is willing to be monetized because everyone needs revenues, but the capacity isn't there yet. The war put on hold a range of societal processes since the beginning of this full-scale invasion. Cultural performances have dwindled. We do remember closed theaters, libraries, people trying to come to terms what was happening, how to survive. That begged a very tough question of how to proceed. Then came a response, the only true one. The Ukrainian art and culture has to live where it is. On the front line, at hospitals, educational institutions, cultural institutions also abroad that opened the Ukrainian culture to the world. We, at the Ministry of Culture, tasked our teams to mobilize people going abroad, not just to satisfy one's creative potential, but also to relay Ukrainian cultural narratives to the whole of the world, and also, if possible, collect money to support our armed forces. Just one case of the Virsky Ensemble. They launched their tour in early months of the war thanks to the involvement of a very powerful national concert agency. Unfortunately, many other creative groups were not able to follow this suit, to do the same. Yes, there were some drawbacks. We still feel the shortage of occupations and competencies that we drastically need now. These are the competencies needed for culture performance to be able to perform. We need to implement the training of artists and performers in Ukrainian cultural institutions with a strong pitch on international markets, international cultural law. These are some of the new competencies that have to become part and parcel of every curriculum in a Ukrainian cultural education institution. Another challenge is as follows. The enemy has been methodically destroying every bit of Ukrainian culture, cultural monuments from Kiev. A strong need for restoration projects, at least to preserve what we still have. Now the question is, who is going to do it? Design engineers, restaurateurs. We don't have many of them. Thanks to colleagues from the Ministry of Ministry of Education and Science, we've started introducing new type of training at our educational institutions to prepare the professionals we need now and we will need further on, particularly those with knowledge of how to restore objects of art. Modern professional training is probably the only means to answer the current demand, the current needs inside the society, inside the cultural domain, to ensure proper self-realization for everyone willing to live his or her life in culture. Cultural processes have changed, and yes, we have new ones. I've already mentioned some new possibilities for us, the Ukrainians, in terms of opening the world. There's no other way out than transforming our decisions to better penetrate new markets. Yes, it's about markets. It's not just about new audiences we have also abroad. It's about normal, regular cultural markets on which we will be able to go on with our cultural diplomacy efforts and where our artists and performers will be able to earn money, paying their taxes here in Ukraine. We need to design and prepare cultural products that will be both in demand here in Ukraine and elsewhere in the world. We have some examples of it. Ukrainian cultural figures are performing abroad, having their exhibitions, presenting their works aimed at international consumers. At the same time, we thank them for remaining true to the Ukrainian traditions, the Ukrainian language, the Ukrainian heritage. Culture is becoming profitable. One can earn on the culture, and this is true. Just a little slide to showcase every hryvnia invested in creative industries gets ROI multiplier as shown here. Much more than construction, financial insurance, transport, or retail, or even wholesale. A thing not to be missed. Ukrainian creative performance, Ukrainian business persons have to understand and remember that, and be more bold in investing into Ukrainian culture. Preservation of cultural heritage. Let me stop just on this component. Just one case of immaterial heritage, a unique one that is the key for our national identity among other nations worldwide. It doesn't make us higher than anyone, but it makes us equal at the scene with other nations, producing their own cultural context. The national list of immaterial heritage now has 92 components, and this is not the end of our work. We have been working on proposals on a daily basis, researching our immaterial cultural heritage in an attempt to fix and enshrine our cultural code, to preserve it for our children and grandchildren. Ukraine has been working on the promotion of its heritage abroad. 5 immaterial cultural heritage components have been included in the UNESCO's list of immaterial cultural heritage list. 3 more nominations are to follow. The Ukrainian pisanka, the practice of kabzar performance, and Ukrainian white embroidery.
Here you can see the unique works of pisanka artists. We had this nomination together with Estonia, but not the country of Estonia, but the Ukrainian community in Estonia, our Ukrainians. And this is the element which unites us Ukrainians all over the world. In the same way as it is done by other traditions of other nations, when they don't have borders, the same as done with Ukrainian pisankas. And the Ukrainian legacy is able to unite the Ukrainians of the world, our older and modern diaspora, maybe those who are not the followers of our folk traditions, still the depth of our souls, but who is ready to perceive them, especially now, being at the strangers' lands. Non-material cultural legacy goes on with this case and is a unique cultural product, which is organically uniting both culture and entrepreneurship. For instance, the element of non-material cultural legacy by UNESCO increases the value of the products which are done according to the traditions of this element, to the level which allows us to speak about the creative industrialization of this activity, about the economic and other profitable processes, which leads to the increase of the commercial capacities of the products which are done according to the technologies of the non-material cultural legacy, and thus helps to preserve them, to research them and disseminate the cultural practices in Ukraine and in the world. Partnerships between the cultural industries and non-material cultural legacy is mutual for both. The protection of rare elements can take place thanks to the properly organized process of commercialization. Such processes are forming demand for the product. They make it present at the market, and it's more needed. It makes its production more sustainable and attracts attention of the consumer. The tools for the increase of commercial value and labeling of the products of arts and crafts is their compliance with authentic art traditions and standards. The development of creative industries according to the elements of non-material cultural legacy and traditional crafts increases the economic capacity of the region. Once, when we didn't have Chinese market and Chinese producer, according to the statistical data of the 60s, the 70s, and even the 80s, on the territory of Ukraine, then Soviet Ukraine then, the profitability of the budget was up to 10%, and it included the taxation from the arts and crafts and artels. We understand that today it's a bit of a different kind of market, but this tool at least is not for 1/10 part, but at least for a substantial and important part of Ukrainian producers of cultural product, which is relevant as well. The development of the law on non-material cultural legacy and a certain targeted state program will allow to direct these processes into the most efficient direction. We've already started this work. We can see that the creation as the coordinating institution of the National Institute of Non-Material Cultural Legacy should be relevant as well. This is only one example of non-material cultural legacy and arts and crafts in the whole spectrum of creative industries of Ukraine. But mostly our task and assignment is the well-structured analysis of other types of economic activities which is substantiated on the creativity. Let us drive our attention to the economic profitability of the cultural industry of the recent years. Of course, we had the decrease in 2022, but 2023 already showed us the increasing trend. And according to our analytical data, even in spite of the challenges of the war, even in spite of the issues which we are facing every day with air raid alerts, with anxiety, with losses, the Ukrainian creative economy is being reconstructed, and in 2024, well, God forbid something worse, but we still hope to have the increase of the economic capacity of this important sector for us. The national cultural product today has to be perceived as equal to the world cultural product. Only such formula gives us today the proper narrative for actions. We are willing to become active participants of the world and European processes, well, in the culture processes as well. Aren't our products, aren't our works, aren't the outcomes of the activity of Ukrainian artists less valuable than the products of the world culture? Or some different ones? No. We need to be equal, entering the world cultural product of production. Ukrainian culture is the culture of the world level, with the rich legacy and modern production. And today we can see the rethinking and transformation processes of the market of cultural services. The Ukrainian culture is needed in the world. The foreign markets are open for us. External investments are coming to the Ukrainian culture. Not only the traditional ways like cooperation during shooting of the films or the production of any other products. No, the exhibitions as well, creative industries, grants of the foreign institutions and organizations, even commercial organizations into Ukrainian culture are the witnessing as of today that the Ukrainian culture is involved into the world cultural process. The window of opportunities allows us today to provide the cultural intervention into the local cultures, to expand them, to expand their traditional frames with our competitive cultural product. The question whether our Ukrainian cultural sector can cope with such a challenge, undoubtedly, we hope for that. But without the proper state support, it seems to me it will not take place. I think we all understand that the state cannot stay aside of these processes. We are lobbying our economy abroad, our producers and manufacturers in the agriculture. We are lobbying them in machine building, in IT technologies. We have to lobby our producer of creative industries as well and creative products. Lobbyism of Ukrainian culture is needed as much as the state support in the understanding of foreign markets by the national producer in other spheres. That is why we still have to speak about the following, that the state support in the cultural sphere has to be increased. We are speaking about the budget. Yes, I'm speaking about the budget. I'm saying that the money which we have now from the state and from the society through the taxes is not enough. And our rethinking of the role of culture has to make us that these costs should be increased. What are they as of today? 12, almost 13 billion hryvnia for everything, And let me share just recently, I've been a participant of the assignment about countering of proliferation of TV and radio adversary TV signal in Ukraine. When different solutions were sought, one of the solutions cost more than 2 billion. Thanks God we don't have those initiators as the heads of state institutions, and we have modern and honest people. So now this project costs 10 times less. But just imagine if this decision is taken. Is it the alternative to invest this money into the Ukrainian culture and to create our Ukrainian-speaking patriotic product which would attract a Ukrainian viewer, a usual Ukrainian citizen who has recently watched, and maybe is still watching, unfortunately, Russian TV channels, Russian TV shows, the product which is definitely does not make our victory closer. So we will say that the attention of the state to the culture and the financial attention should be increased. The national investor and sponsors is again one more source of the allocations for our culture. We are happy that there are people who are ready to share their profits, not only paying taxes, but also to share their money with those who need that. As this process should be in order, as this process should be profitable for everyone, for the state, for the culture, and for the sponsor himself, we are now developing the law on sponsorship in Ukraine. It's almost developed already, the patronage, so we'll wait a little bit, and after the last meeting of the working group, we'll give it for the public discussion. The Ministry of Culture and Information Policy is grateful to our Line Committee on Humanitarian and Information Policy, and also the Committee of the Parliament on Economic Policy, which we also together launched a very important law draft. We are speaking about the new edition of the law about the public-private partnership. This is the tool which would allow us to attract money into our cultural legacy. It is being destroyed not only because of the enemy's shootings and shellings, but because of the time. We need attention driven there. We have lots of objects of cultural legacy. They are the national monuments, but they need to be used. And through these laws, we are willing to solve the issues of motivation of private investor and the patrons. External investments. That's what I already mentioned, but let me emphasize again. The work with foreign partners. And using this opportunity, let me thank the representatives of the diplomats who are here present at this forum. Thank you for your attention to the needs of the Ukrainian culture. Your work is really important for us. The work of all those who are of those international organizations who are helping us in that. And we will, in fact, rise this verbum together. We do remember this song, which was composed more than a century ago. During the first days of the Russian invasion, this song has become the symbol of our resilience. The world hit the musical slogan of solidarity of the world community with Ukraine, a short poem of Cossack song of the 17th century, which has become the foundation for the musical song of Stepan Chernetsky 2 years ago, has gained new senses after the 24th of February of 2022, as well as all the Ukrainian culture. We have something to be proud of. We have something to protect. We have something to fight for. This is our past, our today, and our future. Our historical roots give us lively strength to stand against the fire thunderstorm of war. It treats our tortured but not broken branches with the force which soon will be filling the flowering and flourishing of our cultural trees with the winning blossoming. We know that for sure, because we are the state, we are the nation, we have the culture, and we definitely know that it is meaningful for us. Thank you. Thank you so much, Rostislav. Thank you. And looking at this picture, my heart is weeping. Olena, unfortunately, we need to let you go. Let us give a round of applause to the First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska. Let us thank her for the participation in the Forum of Creative Ukraine 2024. That was incredibly an honor and a huge pleasure to have an opportunity to welcome you as an honorable guest of the forum. We know that you have a very busy schedule and that we need to let you go. So thank you so much, dear friends. It's a pity, right? Because now we have a kind of already creative part. The opportunity to breathe out, so I'd like to have microphones on our stage now. And that is so nice, you know. I can see even my group mate Yevgen Nishchuk and Oles Sanin, who will join me on the stage soon. And together we, with Yevgen, we spoke a bit, and we understood that we need to bring up the people. We need to remember that the scariest phrase for the culture, for creative industries, is the phrase, the people have it, they like it. I just hate this phrase, because it means that we need to follow what someone likes. No, we need to produce what people like. I have a very small but proud theater, which is called Personalities, and last Saturday, I was joined by the Academy of Kyiv Dynamo Football Club. The guys in sports attire, they know how to play football, and their coaches brought them and said, we need to make them not only hit the ball, but to think a bit with their minds. And the coaches were really amazed when the guys themselves were explaining the coaches all the details of the play «Мы на Мазайло», because they studied this play in schools. And they were lucky with the teachers, because they could explain what was really taking place before this Renaissance which was shot. It was very nice for me to see that they know that. Now we'll be joined by the artist who showed in his compositions how loud and beautiful can the words of great Ukrainian writers can be in combination with the modern songs. Dear friends, let's meet on our stage Artem Pivovarov, the musical manifesto with the male choir of Revutsky. Please, let's meet the artist. A round of applause for him. Please, Artem.
Доброго дня, пані та панове.
Hello, everyone.
і плаче, і сміється, жовто-блакитне серце ніколи не здається. В кожній новій події там є моя надія, допоки серце б'ється. Жовто-блакитне серце і плаче, і сміється, жовто-блакитне серце ніколи не здається. В кожній новій події там є моя надія, допоки серце б'ється, моя країна б'ється. Вірність гідності, вірність стійкості, від незламності і до ніжності, все сміливості, наші якості, особливості нашої нації, мудрість пращурів, чуйність латерів, від нащадків всіх і до наших днів. Розквітай мій дім, розквітай мій дім. Лети, лети, по світу лети. Жовто-блакитне серце і плаче, і сміється, жовто-блакитне серце ніколи не здається. В кожній новій події там є моя надія, допоки серце б'ється, моя країна б'ється. Давайте посадимо квіти, без війн, без гріхів, без смертей, і будем їх довго ростити. Вродливий врожай проросте, ми з себе почнемо із коріння, від пращурів і до синів, сумлінно, старанно, з умінням, посадимо квіти і день, буде запит, знов спогад, знов запит, по пам'яті її не зітреш, у лютого було серце, і ти його пронесеш, крізь спалахи і страждання, крізь подих земель без меж, і ми не пробачим востаннє. Питання урок одне, чи будем садити надалі насіння, яке не росте? Пані та панове, щиро вдячний.
Thank you so
Ladies and
much.
gentlemen, I just want to say a few words to our friends who are not Ukrainian in the passport, but Ukrainian in the heart. Today, the whole world supports Ukraine. I want to thank everyone for helping us going through a difficult time. We appreciate that a lot. We won't give up, never give up. We won't suffer. And democracy and kindness must beat evil and dictatorship. Together, we'll make that happen. Glory to Ukraine. Слава Україні! Дякую.
Thank you indeed. Oh.
Щиро дякуємо Артему Пивоварову, щиро дякуємо
Thank you,
Наталії
Artem
Ревуцьку.
and
Ви знаєте,
Revutski
шановні друзі, коли от
choir.
з'явилася тільки композиція
Dear friends, when this Думи мої думи song emerged, just popped into my mind that how bad for culture is the hate culture. You know, people can write a piece based on some classics, and even if children sing together with Pivovarov, him rethinking the words by Shevchenko, could it be a reason to hate? Could it be bad? Meanwhile, we still have a very strong army of kind of Ukraine farties sitting comfortably on their sofa, just commenting everything about an infantryman being suspiciously clean to be on the front line, or someone like abusing classic poems. So I think the keynote message from here is try doing something yourself. And we continue with our forum on rethinking the cultural and creative industries in Ukraine. A new generation of Ukrainians grow up knowing how to touch their heart when they hear the anthem of Ukraine. And there was a time when kids would line a stadium in Simferopol, Crimea, to make the word Ukraine with their little bodies. So yes, we are about new generation, its expectations. From here, about decolonization of Ukraine and its culture. We'll be speaking about the role of culture in the field of European integration and the role of digital transformation. Please welcome Ukrainian MP, head of the Parliamentary Committee for Humanitarian Matters and Cultural Policy, Mikita Poturaev, Acting Minister for Culture and Information Policy, Rostislav Karandeyev, Vice Prime Minister for Innovation, and Minister for Digital Transformation, Mikhailo Fedorov, Professor of Philosophy at the National Academy of Ukraine, Yevhen Pestritsky. Chiara Detsibardesky, Chair of the UNESCO Bureau in Kyiv, Ukraine. Uliana Chromyak, Head of the Ukrainian House in Davos. And I'm particularly glad to offer the moderator's mic to the Senior Advisor at the Office of the President of Ukraine, Daria Zarivna, please. I can lend my mic to you. It's a precious piece, also to my heart, but I can share it with you. Okay, I will be gentle with it, with full responsibility. Thank you for presenting our panel participants today, and we are talking about rethinking the role of culture in creative industries. I'd like to start with a quotation from Reika Rimanda, the author of some of the most popular Marvel comic books. I think one quotation from him nicely describes the relationship between culture and war. He says that culture determines who we are, and war determines what we stand against. What we are, who we are, this is an ever-changing story. This is not a constant. And it affects what we stand against. And now I'd like to have a discussion about the role of culture and creative industry in these transformation processes. Mr. Karandev correctly mentioned already the attention of the world to the Ukrainian culture. Sadly, it was because of this horrible war. Yes, we had a similar situation in Ukraine. If you remember, a romantic piece about Hetman Mazepi was quite popular at some time. It received the attention of Byron, Sir Byron, and many other prominent cultural figure, but it was just a flicker of the light that went away quite fast. Just to say that we need to be mindful that the interest we see towards Ukrainian culture and its product, we can only keep it afloat if we win. We need to stay with this trend of interest toward Ukraine, for it not to go in disused after the war ends, or if it ends, not in our condition. So let us start with a brief blitz. Dear Uliana, could you give us the name of someone who impersonates the Ukrainian culture to you? Hi, everyone. For me, Ivan Rivsky has become a true eye-opener for me. You do know that they've been queuing the box office of Ivana Frankov and Dunya Prodik in terms of creative industry representing. Okay, Yevgen, please. Without thinking twice, I think Ivan Dzyuba. Ivan Dzyuba, why? Why? Him, because, well, maybe I will mention it later on, but he was the second Minister of Culture. It just happened so that I knew him personally. Together with Yakutovich, we tried to defend the Ukrainian Culture Academy from our then culture tracker community members. So Ivan Dzyuba, back in 1986, before the Ukrainian independence, authored an article that became a prominent piece. The article said of culture being not being something about art or creative industries or behavioral aspects. He said that culture is about integrity. In our case, Ukrainian integrity. Being a philosopher, I can confirm this is a very important topic. Now, why I think of him as a contemporary one? Because, well, being a culture minister, later working at the academy, he also did his best to remain the manager of culture. We've already heard today as well that culture is not just about thinking nicely about something. It's about relationships between countries, about ways in which we repel this aggression moving ahead. Okay. Chiara?
Actually, the creative environment is very rich. And for me, every day I'm learning new talents and I'm discovering. So I have to say that for me, maybe an artist who has immediately attracted my attention was in 2022, Pavlo Makov, who was present at the Biennale in Venice in the moment, actually, in 22, when the full-scale invasion started. And at the time, you know, the real opera, the artwork, was not yet displayed in Venice Biennale, was here. So actually, because of the full-scale invasion and the war, the artwork has been replicated in Italy by local artisans under the supervision of this artist. So it at the same time is showing already resilience, cooperation, and as UNESCO we really praise a lot international cooperation among different partners, And I really like this physical approach, discovering heritage, arts, and within parallelism, bodies, water, environment, and urban setting. So this was my first, I would say, impression. Thank you.
Thank you. Mikhaila, who's the embodiment of the modern Ukrainian culture for you? Well, what has been happening to the Ukrainian theater? Yes, Urivsky, then we have Petrosyan, many more people who make you fall in love with Ukrainian theater. I also like what's happening in Ukrainian music. Khlivnyuk, Kalosh, and speaking in a wider sense about businesses, we increasingly see companies like Ajax, Genesis, creating new technological brand and image of Ukraine. These are the things that are motivating and uniting us. Okay, thank you. Rostislav. It would be a challenge to name just one because of the great variety of artists and performers we have. But again, if we are to get names, so with respect to gender equality, it would be probably Sergei Zhadan among men and Lina Kostenko among women. Mikita. I think my simple criterion won't offend anyone. I've thought about that myself. You know, I was thinking, like, who makes the most powerful ambassador? In my view, being a man of text or word, I think in literature is definitely Sergei Zhadan, with probably a record number of translations into foreign languages, and he remains our nominee for Nobel Prize in Literature. Probably this horrible war will bring more talents later on, but at the moment I think Sergei Zhadan is our writer, poet, #1 worldwide from Ukraine. And please be no surprise, because my next name will be of a historian. But again, it's about the history of a nation, the history of culture, and the biggest ambassador we have with the most translations into foreign languages is Sergei Plokhy. Again, I am very pragmatic with my criteria. You know, who is most able to powerfully deliver the message of Ukraine to the world? Yeah, we have singers, dancers, film directors, theatrical directors, artists, hundreds of them, really. So I have my qualitative criteria, sorry.
Okay, thank you. My next question is a bit provocative, and it is the following. What solution in the support of culture or protection of culture you would prohibit to use? What decision should be prohibited? Uliana, I would say those are budget restrictions. I support Mr. Karandiev, who said today that culture is relevant today. And I'd like to quote Winston Churchill, who said, if we save money on culture, what are we fighting for? That is why it is so important to support the budget. And I'd like to thank many donors who are helping Ukraine now, as culture should be relevant always, as our artists, our actors, our artists should have the opportunity to expand our culture both abroad and anywhere at the platforms, as it was mentioned today by Artem Pivovarov, that we are all fighting at all of the front lines, and cultural front line is one of the most important. Thank you, Yevgen.
Я не буду сьогодні
I will
філософствувати
not
про
be a
культуру,
philosopher
тому що
today
я
about culture, but let me
50
remind you, it
років
should be a
майже,
short
до 40
answer.
там,
But
більше
because
років
for more
займаюся.
than 40 years I am into philosophy of culture. So I'm the representative, thanks to the ministry, and I thank them for that. I'm the representative of the project which has the name Vision of Ukraine, Recovery and Reform of the social, culture, humanitarian sphere in the perspective of 2030. Let me say a couple of words. This is the project which has been created in different spheres of social humanitarian sphere, including culture, by 50 independent experts, with the support of the reanimation package of reforms, the School of Political Analytics, and me, with the support of the USAID money. So why did I mention that? Because today I will be speaking about some of the conclusions of this project. And one of the conclusions of this project, in the end of the day, we had a chapter about culture. Which red lines shouldn't be crossed in culture? This is the answer to your question. So those are the main ones. Let me list them. They were already mentioned by Rostislav, the temporary Minister of Culture. Let me repeat some of the points. Taking into account the role of culture in the creation of nation and national identity, we shouldn't fund culture on a residual basis. Everybody knows that. It is not that easy to explain, but I will speak about that. To form the state policy with the participation of cultural activists and the civil sector, the civil society, with the compulsory planning of time periods and costs. And the third point, not to have any of the cuts of expenses for the cultural projects and grant institutions closure which provide support of the cultural projects at the grassroots level. That's simple. That's what we should do. Chiara, please.
Well, speaking after such a powerful singing performance, it's quite difficult to know, because that was already a testimony of how powerful culture is. Let me say that maybe we all acknowledge that how critical and key is to protect culture in all its form in this very difficult moment for Ukraine. But we also all recognize how culture is a catalyst for recovery and for, I would say, human-centered, building back better approach in recovery. So I definitely would support the previous speaker in saying that now we have a great opportunity to really to ensure that culture is this tool making quality of the future for society, and it's what really need to be operationalized. So rather than say what not to do, I think it's more important maybe to acknowledge this already step forward that culture offers to all the society at large.
Mikhailo, but we cannot speak about budget cuts now. Everybody already said about budget cuts. Tell us something new. I think anything about censorship. We shouldn't have any censorship or monopolization. One of the nice examples which we have already done together with the governmental team on the initiative of the president was the support of theirs, the support of the creative industries as it is. When during the COVID times, they got the certificates, the Ukrainians got the money certificates, and there used to be the support of the private companies and the state companies, the theaters and cinemas, and were supported, and the publication of the books. So whatever concerns monopolization is bad, but what's about censorship is even worse. Creative industries like freedom, and they are developed best of all when we have this freedom, but it seems to me all of that is moving in the proper direction. That is why we have such a development. Thank you, Rostislav. As far as you understand, I have lots of things to in the practices to mention, which unfortunately have not been modernized or changed. But if we speak about not specific but common things, in my opinion, there is a huge mistake which we are all doing consciously. Why? Well, because it's a legacy, it's a kind of a tradition. We are perceiving culture as a branch, as a separate branch, which consists of institutions, state enterprises, budget institutions, of different organizations. But in fact, it seems to me we should look in a different way, through a different lens. This is the sphere which consists of people. And the formation of state policy, including budget programs, including the state-targeted development programs, should be done not through the institutions, but through the creative and art practices, through curators and other projects where the performers are not the state institutions, but where the person is the one who does that. Let me comment on that. Please pay attention. Why we now have such a strengthening of our non-public sector? Because in fact, we are supporting not any of the public organizations or NGOs which submit their projects for the Ukrainian Cultural Foundation or any other grant support. The NGOs are the tool for the implementation of the tasks and assignments, and we trust and support specific people. And this is the main key narrative which we need to implement, not through the walls, not through the iron and equipment, but through the people, not through the hardware, but through the cultural activists. This is the key narrative of rethinking and transformation of our approaches. But I had a different question, in fact. Which of the mechanics of the support of culture you should definitely prohibit to use? Then let me be sincere with you. As of today, in the cultural sphere, we are governed still by Soviet narratives of relations between the state and our cultural sphere. When we are speaking about the institutions of the permanent production of cultural product, about the sustainable institutions, theaters, philharmonic societies and concerts, they need not grant, not targeted help, but permanent support, planned support. And again, if they are done by the older, obsolete Soviet formats, when we pay for the 8-hour working day for an artist, who in fact doesn't have the working day, the working hours, because this is the free profession, a creative profession. It can be working and then you need to gain power again. So we provide this industrial, even technocratic industrial approach to the cultural creation, in particular into our practices. When the director of the theater has to create the, in fact, table with the artists during 8 hours of what they did after 2 hours on the stage, what else they did during the 6 hours in the theater, which could give the reason to provide remuneration. This is a tiny aspect, but just imagine how many anachronisms and archaisms we have now, and we need to overcome them. Thank you so much. Well, the question was what we shouldn't do in culture, right? Yes. Well, definitely we shouldn't get rid of the Ministry of Culture. I would start with that. I understand that we have the bureaucratic structure and so on, but still, I don't think this is the best managerial decision. If speaking at the global level, in the cultural sphere, in fact, it's about any sphere, but in the cultural sphere, the state definitely cannot afford itself to be not predictable. Because the sphere of culture, in spite of the figures which were mentioned by my colleague, Rostislav Karandeev, that per each hryvnia you can get even more than in the construction sphere, it's not about the same volumes. where some of the losses and costs can be lived through. Culture is still a branch, sorry, Rostislav, it is the branch, if we take the creative industry, where we have a bit of power still, and which is just a bit. So changing the rules, even once a year, is already a suicide for the culture and the murder for the cultural and creative industries. Because, well, sorry, let me apologize, but creative industries just need to gain meat, and they need to understand the horizon of planning. 5 and even 10 would be better. They need to understand that taxation rules wouldn't be changed for them, that tomorrow they will not reconsider manually the conditions of the sole proprietors and their limits. Here you have more than 5,000 of profits, and maybe you did not have it. Maybe you have more than 8 million, then you have new rules, and so on, and so on. The Ukrainian culture, unfortunately, as of today, doesn't have that huge support and strength. So first of all, we need predictability of state programs, stability of state policies, and predictability and which can be foreseen. Because even with the money which we have now, which is scarce, but still, even with the money which we have now, you will be able not only to live and survive, but you will be able to create new plans for the development. And when the state has more capacities, with the help of our international partners, the plans will be just implemented quicker. That is why, coming back to the beginning, we need to save the Ministry of Culture and to be predictable and foreseen. This is what the state should do. And then I think it will not be easy, but it still be easier. Thank you. The next question is the question to all of you, again, for all of the participants. What I'd like to speak about now. Obviously, now we, as a nation, are living through and facing a very serious challenge. I mean, not only the external challenge as the war, but also the internal challenge. We have so many points of disconnection within the nation, within the society, and if it used to be formerly some Russian or Ukrainian languages, this narrative, which was very successfully used during the whole history of independent Ukraine, and was actively disseminated by Russia, then today we have really pragmatic, earthly, specific points. Who is at war, who is not at war, who left, who is staying here, who is at war at the front line, and who is at war far from the combat zone, who is speaking Ukrainian, who is still consuming Russian content through Spotify and other services, and the church issue as well. So obviously we need to sew our country together, and the culture has to be and can play the role, a very important role. So I'd like to speak about that, about sewing our country together, and what your organization or institution is doing for that, using the cultural toolkit. What are your ideas about that? Uliana, please. Thank you. Ukrainian House in Davos, which I represent today at this panel, is functioning within the World Economic Forum. And in spite of the fact that the World Economic Forum is more about economy, the Ukrainian House in Davos is about the representation of Ukraine as a state of different spheres. So it's incredibly pleasant for me that every year we are presenting multitude of projects and ideas, including the cultural aspect. First and foremost, we've done the panel which was devoted to culture, and it was moderated by Anastasia Bondor last year. Every year we have the blog devoted to innovations, thanks to Mikhailo Fedorov, and we're also preparing special videos promotional videos. Before the war, we were representing the screenings and showings of Ukrainian designers within the Ukrainian house, in spite of the fact that we should speak about the economy, but we were showing the cultural aspect. We're also inviting the singers who are supporting us. We were joined by Zlata Ognevich last year. Today we had audio content of Ukrainian music, which we broadcast. So every year we are trying to show our cultural aspect. Additionally, I'd like to express my gratitude to Rito brand, which makes our Ukrainian house warmer in Davos. We are cooperating with them for the 6th year in a row, and we are developing special scarves, fabric scarves, which we give to our guests as a gift. And we're also cooperating with other brands from Ukraine, and in our images, which we represent in Davos, we are also trying to implement and embody the ideas of Ukrainian creative industries. That is why I want to appeal to you, all of our international platforms. Definitely, we should show this cultural aspect. And let me say additionally that we are treating our guests with Ukrainian cuisine and dishes. So today we cooperated with Ukrainian, cooks, with the catering company, who treated us with niceties and Ukrainian dishes. And our pavilion in Davos was considered to be the best pavilion at the promenade this year, so that is well deserved, I think. But altogether it led to the outcome during these 6 years. Yes, Uliana, you told about the tools which the Ukrainian house is using to bring our messages to the audience you are working with. Still, it's interesting to hear about your opinion about the role of culture in sewing the country together, in uniting the country. That is so important because each of us embodies Ukraine, and each of us is interpreting and showing, in fact, not only in the international platforms, but within the country, what we bear. For instance, in our family, we are seeing Ukrainian families. Thanks to my parents, thanks to my family, we are supporting these traditions. Rather often, I'm collecting Ukrainian embroideries and clothes with embroideries. I draw icons, religious icons, so I'm painting them. So having me as an example, I should say how important it is to have this Ukrainian code embedded in you. And in this way, you can help others develop. With my own vision, with my own culture, I help people develop and emphasize that at the international level. Thank you, Uliana. Yevgen, what's your opinion? Thank you for the reminder about Davos. Really, we have a wonderful Ukrainian cuisine there. I ate there. So, because we feel that through the taste as well. The taste is one of the main notions of culture. If you have artistic taste, a genius is the person who has the criteria of taste, as we know in culture. I didn't want to speak about that. I wanted to add a different thing. In my opinion, I should show the main separation which we need to overcome in the cultural sphere. The document which I was speaking about, which was done by the experts, and it was Maria Pezenti who was working on culture. She's the advisor of the Institute of Culture in London. Lesia Ostrovska, Luta, Serhiy Galantiy, Oksana Zabolotna, and who else? Stavichuk, Alexander Stavichuk, if I'm not mistaken. So this was the core of the people who were shaping these ideas. And the main idea, the essence of what they decided, and by the way, it is not coincide with what Mykola said. The task of the recovery, together with the reforms of our culture, the essence of this document is in its becoming destated and the transfer of the planning function and control function to the civil society, to the cultural society. I understand that these are delicate and sensitive issues of budget funding, of the funding of creative industries, but the essence of this document is the following. What's the issue then? What's the main issue, as for me, of the current situation? It can be estimated in a different way. The thing is that the authorities now, with all due respect, with all the positive features, they have a very substantial misunderstanding of the situation. What do I mean? The thing is that if you open the document with the servant of the people political faction and the president, they don't have the notion of civil activity. They always thought that they could govern, they could manage when you collect people with the help of the gadgets, with the information about the problems of the population, and they can do that on their own, rethinking the documents, reconsidering the rules, the draft laws and the laws. They lacked what all the societies already have. And when we used to visit London, they permanently spoke about the civil society in all of the spheres of people's activity. What does it mean? That between the authorities and the people, the population, there should be what is named a bridge between the civil society and the power. I'm not only speaking about the NGOs, about different types of self-organization.
Why is this important in culture? Because through civic activities, I'm sorry, but this serves to unify Ukrainian traditions we have inside and the Russian-speaking ones, and it melts everything in this part of Ukrainian culture, uniting official norms with legal concepts, with institutions, and things pertinent to national identity. This is really the melting pot of civic activity, and this is increasingly important. Just one example, without going to discuss the Ukrainian Culture Fund or State Cinema Committee, you all know things about them. You know, when Rostislav was speaking, I had the feeling he read into our document, because he was like quoting from it, nearly quoting. Now, the matter of setting up supervisory public boards in creative industries with involvement of donors. Take the Renaissance Foundation. I was in charge here for more than 20 years. Okay, thank you, Evgen. I'm sorry. I will have to limit your performance because time is short.
Okay, I try to stick to limited time and to focus. I just would like to say that since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, UNESCO has been assisting Ukrainian institutions and people in culture domain according to a two-fold approach, I would say. One is really to work on emergency protection of culture in all its form and across all our, the convention that UNESCO is the secretariat of, on one side, but on the other side, we have been supporting creators, intangible cultural living heritage bearers, artists and professionals to continue to produce in such difficult circumstances. And investing, and this is a word that Mikita mentioned before, no structural approach, investing already in people, and this is very key. I'm just giving a few examples on how so in society and what we have been supporting and doing so far. For instance, in 2022, we have been able to support more than almost 40 artists, majority female artists, to continue doing their, to produce, to create from safer spaces when they were living very difficult places, very close to active conflict. This last year, 23, we have been able to support more than 57. So we are trying to always to grow and to increase, but at the same time we are working on more structural approach to, for instance, face the issues of brain drain, of skills, of capacity, of resilience of community, of dialogue, in a way, from the community. And in Lviv, with the support of the Spanish cooperation, we are currently building a cultural hub with the municipality and with the Ministry of Culture, not only to serve the city, but all the Ukrainian artistic environment, to build capacity and to approach more in a systematic way. We are currently piloting through this channel, I would say, also projects which are looking at art as in its healing capacity of overcoming traumas and to structure it. There are many, fortunately, I would say, partners already intervening in this domain and supporting communities, but also what is very important now also to give qualification to the quality of this type of training for artists, but also for pedagogical, from the pedagogical point of view, so to bridge it with the education system, for instance. And this is what we are currently working on. Other few examples. We are speaking about suing societies, but access to cultural life remain crucial. So this is also an aspect where we all know how today even empty museums are even more visited. We heard before the presentation from the minister about how even more frequented, visited by all age, I would say, visitors, families, children, elder people, but also how there are architectural barriers, especially in historic buildings that need in a way to be systematically approached, also methodological on how to intervene, how to enable more access to this. And so these are some examples on which we are working.
This is, by the way, also the question of civilization, and this is what I'd like to discuss with the minister a little bit later. Але зараз, пане Михайло, давайте повернемося до питання.
Yeah, well, different answers to the question of how to merge it together. So question is how your institution helps sealing the skills of Ukrainian nation. Yeah, we have our own approach for that. In every our project, we try to remain inspirational, to make it a cultural event, to draw interesting people. When we started with DIA, we had the mission of building the world's strongest public service delivering nation. Now we're past this. We go on. We have more ambitious goals. We offer creative teams better freedom. And we don't see that more than 20 million Ukrainians have a clear understanding of what digitization is. Now, not a single public service is being launched offline without online. It's quite the reverse. Now, in terms of IT sector, we also have had some ideas of how to make it also, culture rich. We thought how we could improve things, also in terms, say, of regulatory aspects. So now we've implemented probably Europe's best fiscal regime, and we have the CTA business app to optimize operational conditions for program. We already have multiple companies who have joined. So again, it's a matter of being ambitious with your goals and your ability to prop any sector. Same about drones, We set an ambitious goal and provided maximum freedom for that with just optimized oversight measures. Same goes about cultural dimension. Maximum freedom and tools to support it. I think this is the proper way of action for every dimension, every aspect. We have to be looking into the future without just dwelling in the past with problems disuniting us there. And that will allow us to go even more ambitious. So with proper vision, with proper industries we can be proud of, we can get our society bits together even more. Yes, and I would agree with Rostislav and others, really people is the key resource. Creative people can self-implement whatever they can, just give them tools to make this happen. Whether it's a theater with top-of-the-notch lighting equipment or other things, just give them these tools and they will do the rest. Internet functionality has become very popular, and you can see that you can even progress without budget, and you can become popular. This transparent, ambitious goal setting also shows people in sectors that, yes, we are thinking after them, we are caring after them, and this brings hope. So even if there is no tool yet, someone creative enough might already try. Whether it is about designing, some very promising new type of weapons, for example. It's a matter of encouraging companies, inspiring them, telling them that, yes, we can help you with regulatory framework, we can give you the freedom you need. And then investments will flow in and companies will start operating. So publicly spelled vision, public objectives aimed at specific groups already are able to bring some results. Thank you. Mr. Karandyev, over to you. The armed forces of Ukraine suit together our territory. Culture gets together bits of our society. You cannot argue against it. Now, question is, do we need to seal the culture, bits of it? It's about value, after all. Sorry, values. And yes, there are some division lines, clear-cut ones between value-based considerations, framework positions of cultural actors. We speak about representatives of permanent cultural processes deeply rooted in certain institutions. We also speak about government officials actively implementing individual projects. We speak about academic arts, and we speak about those actively looking for more modern types of self-expression. So different groups, and it's very important for the government now to get together all these movements, all those interests. It can be done through egalitarian access to resources in such a way that would allow such people to actively pursue their creative ideas. They could switch groups, they could switch movements in their strive to move ahead. We should be more open to new projects, and donor support tools could be used and made available not just to some individual project, but also to maybe public and government institutions in the cultural field. So I think it's about getting together around the idea of co-participation, joint interest. This is the get-together that we need in the area of culture. Thank you, Rostislav. Mikola. Well, it's simple with us. We are legislators. We are to adopt laws as uniform sets of rules for everyone in the country. So it does not matter who or what type of organization you belong to. If you represent a Russian Orthodox Church, It means you won't be able to work in any part of the country, in Transcarpathian region, in Odessa, or in the central Ukraine. And yeah, I'm sorry to say, but the civic society is probably not the best example of how things can go, because we are attempting to adopt a bill on Holodomor. We want to create a museum-type institution at the world level. And you know, some civil society representatives started writing, actually tarring and bad-mouthing the whole idea of this project. And it created a lot of bad rap. Not to say that I do not value the civic society. Even more than that, the whole electoral campaign of President Zelensky was built around the idea of better involvement of civic society representatives. But again, rules should be uniform for everyone. And if you go to the Central Election Committee website, you will see the results that are clearly demonstrative of the potential problems with civic society. Now, the Ukrainian Cultural Fund, we had some problems with nominating the supervisory board 5 years ago. We could not understand whether it was a systemic problem or just one-off event. This year we understood that it was quite a feature, that it wasn't just a bug, as they say among the IT guys. And we reconsidered the whole thing. And now we do understand that we have to correct this. We have to deal with it. And it's not just about the Ukraine Culture Fund. We see CSOs taking pride in dismantling any progressive effort just because they can. It is wrong to be proud of it. How can you be proud of breaking rules, breaking process, just for the sake of having it broken? I'm not really sure that the laws we adopt in the area of culture are unifying us. Yeah, they have to establish uniform rules for everyone, and we will work with these bugs out. Yeah, it would make for a nice discussion panel, but as we are really short on time, my next question will be as follows. So, Rostislav, we have France with its active support of culture, with support of cinema and other things. And we have the United States. There is no Ministry of Culture there. There are no people's artists of the United States, but yes, somehow they have extremely powerful cinema academy and cinema industry recognized across the world. So what is your take of Ukraine's future from protectionism to liberalism? Put otherwise, what should be left to float freely and what should be further regulated? Oh, well, thank you, Daria, for offering me this very nice question in just 2 minutes to answer it. But again, what is the key function of the government? The key function is to get this common good, the common resource we all share. We need to have it shared among those representatives who are needed, to whom the public would want this to be distributed. There are like budget managing entities when it comes to budget institutions. There are some that are governed by decisions of the regional and local governments and self-government. No. Yeah, they don't have Ministry of Culture in the US. Why? Because the key focus there is about local self-government. And financial support is being decided there looking at the consolidated resource they have. It never goes all the way to the national budget. Proper appropriations are made at the local level. For the European tradition, It is more proper to have a certain government authority, institution, to consolidate to govern the whole set of decisions and common good distribution between those participants in cultural processes. This is a practice more proper for Europe. For countries like, more sustainable in terms of their history, in their respect for culture, like France, Italy, the ministers of culture are important government institutions.
But again, it doesn't matter whether we have the institution with the name of the ministry or just the agency, or is this the agency which covers all of that, including culture. The thing is, in the procedures which provide decision-making among the state officials who are heading in these institutions, when the ministries were united and sports and culture and information policy were united, what has changed? The sign has changed, but the same budget programs were the same, the laws were the same, the procedures were the same, the tender procedures, the distribution of the money and definition of the best or the worst implementers. It's not about the name. The thing is how these decisions are taken. If we'd like to modernize the culture, and I was speaking about that, and thank you that you asked about that again, we need first of all to change the procedure. And it doesn't matter who signs documents, whether it is signed by the minister, the head of the agency, or anybody else. The most important thing that the outcome of this document was the state resource use from the taxpayer to the person who will get the result. That is why, let me finalize, together with our committee, which is headed by us, and by the way, we have the name of the Central Authority of Executive Branch. What do we execute? We execute the laws. It's not like that, just like that. So we will develop the laws together, and we are developing them with our line committee. We will implement them, and we'd like them to be implemented with a certain efficiency for the country. That is why we are working. The main emphasis is on the changes of the legislative framework, the changes in the procedures and their synchronizations with the best European practices, taking into account Ukrainian national traditions. A tradition is really important. You cannot just destroy it. It is working both with the plus and minus. So the state machine, which has to use this tradition for the decision-making, especially in the budget sphere, the budget code, it's not a one-night thing, but it's important to begin. It seems that we have already started it with Mikita. Okay, the next question goes to Mikita then. So, if we look at the ranking of Spotify in Ukraine, we can see there are Russian songs. Ukrainians go on watching Russian TV shows, consuming Russian content. How can we change this vector of such a choice of cultural consumption? What should be our strategy? Let me start with the following. I was already, in fact, shamed in the social network. That I never named anyone. I have favorite poets, for instance, Lina Kostenko. I love Oksana Zabushko out of our writers, obviously. I think that we were all speaking not about our own favorites. Mikita, it's okay, let's answer the question. We believe you. No, it's not just like that, in fact. Because, as it was mentioned in the social media, the majority of the representatives of cultural sphere are women. So that is why it was important to clarify. Sorry. We need to stop, coming back to your question, we need to stop thinking about that. We need to think about our own. We need to think about ourselves. I'm not speaking about Spotify, YouTube, or anything else. Because Rostislav has already said in his presentation, when he said about the point of the cinema and FPV drones. And of course the drones should take the first place now, and the cinema should be at the second place, but we need both. I have an example from real life. Because I'm into international activities, I am permanently interested in what is taking place in the information space. We created, well, maybe not the best, but still a good one, Freedom TV channel. It is, they quarrel, why did you create it in Russian? But because people watch it. You know what was the mistake? I can see the heads of those projects, the managers. The mistake was, and I would in fact have this mistake as well, we thought that it should be for Russia. We were mistaken. That was totally senseless. We had to create it, yes, in Russian, we shouldn't be ashamed with that, but for the foreign nations, for Europe, for other countries where we have Russian-speaking diaspora. And it is there, it is broadcast there, it is working there, and they almost don't have anything else like that. And we need to forget about Russia. We have DIM TV channel, which is Ukrainian-speaking. And the issue is that so far, and I think that we will find the solution for that, though maybe it would need some investment first. It is not represented abroad, where we have millions of diaspora. Well, but they would like to provide messages for the residents of the temporarily occupied territories. Yes, but then the situation changed. The invasion started. We have the product of high quality, and we have millions of people abroad, so we need to solve the technical issues first. We need to do that so as it were at least represented like Freedom TV channel. This is the example when we are thinking about our own people. And in this sense, we'll create more products like ours, and we will decrease or mitigate the danger which was mentioned by you, Dasha. The more products we have, TV products, cinema, musical, any projects, the fewer we'll have of these poisoning issues from dumps from Russia. Do I understand correctly that you are offering not to be afraid to use Russian language for the dissemination of the proper messages to the Russian-speaking audience abroad, right? I'm sure that we need to use within our opportunities all the languages which we could need. All the languages. And we have already the products. Obviously, the next one, which should be used by us as much as possible, is English. Then, it's debatable, Spanish or any other language. But if the zone of our interest is Europe and English-speaking world, then obviously it's English first of all. Thank you. But our citizens are there. But Russian-speaking diaspora is there. So which languages should we have in the priority? The three of them, obviously. That's it. Then we need to expand our capacities, we should involve Spanish and so on. Thank you, Mikita. Uliana would like to tell about the products and tools which are used by Ukraine House in Davos, please. Thank you. I will speak. I see that we are almost out of time. I'd like to tell you that last year, according to the initiative of the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine, and with Ukrainian Center of Cultural Research, with the support of the Embassy of Canada and the Surge Project, we've prepared 4 videos about Ukrainian folk arts and crafts. And also, besides the promotional videos, they were in Ukrainian and in English, we also prepared cards or leaflets, postcards. I'd like to thank you, Daria, first of all, and the presidential office, that you kept this idea of high-quality gifts from the Ukrainian creative industries. That was really cool. I hope you will go on with this tradition, definitely. We will also give you a set of postcards. We have it in English and Ukrainian. If you'd like to have it, please join us and use them. I'd like to show it now to you. This is one of our videos which we managed to create before the Easter. I hope that you will like it. It's authentic. Yes, it's very short. It is short. It used to be, it is, it will be. Писанка. The soul of the Ukrainian people. Legacy UNESCO nominant. save Ukrainian roots. Thank you, a beautiful video. My next question is to Chiara. Chiara, UNESCO announced about the damage of more than 346 cultural objects in Ukraine because of the unprovoked Russian aggression. Today, the government is actively dealing with the recovery, reconstruction of the infrastructure of the residential blocks. Simultaneously, it is obvious that critically important is the recovery of cultural objects. So, how much time and money do we need for these 346 objects to be recovered? And how can the international projects help in that, in particular UNESCO?
Thank you, Daria, for this question. Well, maybe if you allow me to comment this very powerful video first, very quickly, just to say that we have already experimented. Beside this, we spoke about the role of culture, living heritage, but actually one of the initiative, a pilot initiative that we started with the ministry and with cultural NGOs was really to work with school and to enable children to learn with culture and with intangible cultural heritage. So we worked with 11 schools last year, and actually Pisanka was one of these, domain where children has been exposed, worked together from different communities from Ukraine, and it's certainly a successful example of how this is only practical, not only looking at tourism as international, public, but really how is enrooted. I really like what you said, Liane, at the end, is enrooted in the country. Yes, going back to the damages. Yes, UNESCO is conducting since February 22 and monitoring using satellite images in cooperation with UNOSAT about the damages to cultural property. And today we have actually ascertained and verified, so 346 is just the verified, not the damage. We know damage is much more to cultural property. And with the Ministry of Culture and Ministry of Reconstruction, we have coordinated, UNESCO has coordinated the third cycle of the rapid damage and need assessment for the chapter of culture and tourism, which was just published in February this year. Estimating and calculating damages since the beginning of the full-scale invasion up to December 23. The results are dramatic, and we are very worried for these figures that are evidently always increasing as far as we are able to ascertain damage. We have a total estimated of damage of physical property accounting for 3.5 billion. And if we look at losses, and this is really where people are, where human capital is, where all hearing from creative sector is, this account to almost more than 19 billion. So the situation for culture is really very dramatic. In terms of time and needs, if we take in this perspective of 10 years, what we calculated is that to build back better and to go not at a pre-war, but investing in capitals, in all these reform that were mentioned that are essential to create a conducive environment for culture to flourish, we will need more than almost 9 billion in 10 years. So only for 24, the figures priority identified with the ministry, with the culture sector, actors, and all the stakeholders is 197 million. So this is showing how much what? To do what? To continue on documenting, to continue monitoring damage, but also to work on prevention of urgent repair, on capacity, investing more in creative sector, and even to better understand this domain. We have figures, but for instance, in rapid damage need assessment, in this third cycle, we could only account for 71,000 creative entities, which is a lot, but not for Ukraine, which has much more, and it's a bigger country. So more work investment in this, it's needed, reform, but also evidently more structured approach and international cooperation. So this is crucial.
Thank you very much.
So we are full of hopes. The next question goes to Mikhailo Fedorov. Mikhailo, the Ministry of Digitalization has digitalized many services and spheres of life. Do we need to digitalize culture? What can we get as a state, and how can it look? As an example, let me name you, for instance, the Amsterdam City Historical Museum, where with the help of digitalization, they managed to quickly increase the number of visitors and to become one of the most popular museums of Europe. But you already answered the question yourself. Yes, that's what I did on purpose. So to provide me with the vector of the response. Yes, there are some basic things, like the creation of certain registers to systematize all the information and to manage this information and the resources. The ministry is working on that actively. And of course, every theater, every museum should be using the technologies from the websites to involve clients and to tell about itself, and also to take payments for the services with cards even, or online, for instance. All of those basic points are important, but if we look in the future, the past and today, the technologies as VR and AR are really important to sell the product, because today just usual content cannot be sold and disseminated. People need to fall in love with the product, so as that would be disseminated and expanded, the information about the high-quality products which the people really like. So the technologies will be actively implemented. It will depend on the heads of institutions, including private and public ones, the culture of implementation of certain changes and transformation. This is the matter of time. And of course, we need to invest more into the infrastructure, because again, if we speak about the theater, today the theaters have become rather technological. They play with lights, with musical equipment, microphones.
Lots of components I have no clue about, but they require new technologies and investments. From here, the need for digitization. It's increasingly important. You definitely won't replace the real whole emotions with something electronic. But still, as regards product distribution, marketing, how to manage the area, digitization is important. And it also allows tapping in some specific cultural experiences, like a theater in Irpin, where by joint cooperation with Microsoft, you can have a virtual guided tour of how it looked before destruction, how it will look in the future. Just compelling donations and empathy. So with such similar support programs, it will happen. So this is an irreversible trend that we strongly support. Thank you. And the last question to you, Yevgen. We are really out of time, but let us focus on the matter of the question. Quite contentious, I would say, actively debated in the media and elsewhere. Now, how a content could be deemed Ukrainian enough or not Ukrainian enough. Just an example, Sikorsky. He was hailed from Ukraine originally, but then he went to the US and naturalized there. And we have Serge Lifar and Prokofiev and other such creative people who cannot be attributed. So how do we decide whether this is a Ukrainian or not Ukrainian, say, performance? Is it a matter of personal self-identification? Is it a matter of where a person's quality flourished? It's a challenging matter, actually. It's, I think, about how such creative person, such artist, is perceived in Ukraine and abroad. Like, if the person is universally accepted as the Ukrainian one, just don't go with your report, please. No, I will not go there. But you and me, we are blessed to be at the point in time when culture is of paramount importance. You know, we live in globalization era, whether it is about information and information streams, whether it is about universal manufacturing tools and so on. Yet still, if we take a couple of recent decades, I think it has become universally clear for everyone that such globalization efforts go against the fur of natural culture. And again, sorry to say, but even this war is a consequences of this process. The topic we are discussing today, it has become one of the most prominent ones in terms of facets of societal development. Now, I did hear about an intention to merge the Ministry of Culture with some another government institution. My understanding of it, culture is increasingly important in the global scale because we are being fought against under the slogans of Russian world. And this goes against democratic values in our culture. A truly cultural world is when democratic roots and cultural roots grow together from one source. It's when Ukrainian painted Easter eggs, pisankas, and drones merge, if you will, in our perception. I do remember a referendum in The Hague about Ukraine's fate in the EU, and I went into the hall amidst the discussion, and the Ukrainian embassy was present there with those Easter eggs with some peasants' clothes, etc., on display. And I just had to intervene by telling that exactly on that same day, a synchrophasotron was inaugurated in Kharkiv, marking one of breakthroughs in modern physics. So culture is wider. It's about us taken together, about us with our collective identity. Our Ukrainian collective identity has got better perception because of our fight against the enemy. Because whenever I go outside, I can say I am a Ukrainian national, and this is enough now. I do agree with the minister, with others, in that some specific cultural works have to work to help this identification. Government should support creative industries to see that more people are recognized besides Zabushko, Kurkov, other first names, poster childs. And we need the world to know more beyond this 20 days in Mariupol documentary and other things. Yeah, thank you again. We really have to wrap it up. Thanks everyone who was with us at this panel. You see, never share your mic. Dear friends, we have a brief recess of, well, until 1:30 p.m. Kyiv time. Please come back because we will continue with our children performers. I wouldn't really like to remind an old and nasty, cheesy joke, but, you know, about Japanese team delegation, one of them saying that, you know, you have brilliant kids and everything else you do with your hands is just horrible. So, now, please don't forget to come back at 1:30. So please return.
And dear ladies and gentlemen, before moving to the following important topics of the module discussions and our special session, we'd like to give you more inspiration and create special atmosphere, and you will get help in that by the School of Modern Dance, Totem Dance School, who are already committed to the creation of the high-quality environment for the development of contemporary dance in Ukraine for 15 years. This is the team of the professional teachers and pedagogues and children from 5 to 16 years old, the grown-up groups which are representing the groups at the international competitions and festivals. Totem Dance School, creating future here and now. The founder is Kristina Shishkaryova. The artistic director is Irina Plotnikova. Director General Yaroslav Kainar. The executive director is Tetiana Tisenberg. The last step.
O quam tristis et afflicta fuit illa benedicta Quam tristis et afflicta
Останній крок у виконанні Глеймеди Марії. Дякуємо.
The last step. Thank you so much, Maria. And we are ready to announce the next performance. Please watch Marevo. Krishko Maria is on the stage. Please meet her. Thank you, Maria. We are waiting for another solo performance. Awful Words. Hanna Shapovalova, please meet.
Дякуємо, Анна.
Thank you, Hannah. And the exclusive performance within the Forum of Creative Ukraine 2024, I have the opportunity to present something special for you from the dance class of teens, because this performance has made them the winners of World of Dance 2024 Ukraine and have an honor to present our country at the international competition of World of Dance 2024 in the United States of America in August. The dance performance Between the Strikes, class teens. The curator of the class, Irina Plotnikova, please meet with a round of applause. The dance performance between the strikes, the class of teens. We thank you. Thank you, girls. We thank you that you are representing our country at the international competition of World of Dance 2024. On the United States of America, we are proud of you. The curator of the class, Irina Plotnikova, a round of applause for her. So, dear friends and participants of the forum, we are beginning the second part of our forum, Creative Ukraine, Rethinking Culture 2024, with the special session, A Ukrainian Phenomenon. And we invited the authors of the cultural works and products which had really well known in Ukraine and abroad. And just now, I'm happily inviting to the stage the moderator of the discussion panel, the head of the Committee of the National Award of Ukraine named after Taras Shevchenko, Yevhen Nishchuk. Thank you. Then maybe I should go on. Hello, everyone, and all those who used to stay with us since the very beginning at the opening, who already took part in the first module, and everybody who joined us now. So I would instantly like to invite to the stage our speakers, our Ukrainian phenomena, and those who were spoken about in the first module. So the producer of Film UA Group, the creative producer of the well-known animation movie Mavka, Anna Yeliseyeva. Ukrainian theater director who has really done a huge... he was well known and was really mentioned for multiple times in the first module, Ivan Urivsky. Ukrainian writer, the author of the book The Apricots of Donbass, Lyubov Yakimchuk. Take care. The co-founder of Ukrainian Fashion Week, Irina Danilevska. Ukrainian film director, and we will be speaking about the movies a bit later, Oleg Sanin. Oleg Sadobush, the leader, Mamai, and lots of others. The producer, the head of the board of the Association on the Help of Cinematography of Ukraine, Watch Ukrainian, Andriy Rizol. So the representatives of not all of them, but different spheres of creative industries, which in fact have not only been known by their works, but also the works which found certain outcome and have been converting their product into the creative industries. Before beginning the presentation of each of our speakers and our discussion, let me tell you in a nutshell about our topic. Our esteemed friends, our cultural community and our cultural players. You know, again and again I confirmed it for myself that 7 years ago, really, I had an honor to found this forum, the Forum of Creative Industries, Creative Ukraine. The first signature and the opening of this forum gave me the understanding that we have a very nice platform, not just to discuss, to debate, to speak about the significance of culture, though really it has always been emphasized, and I would really thank for the participation of the First Lady, Olena Zelenska, who was very timely to say how important the cultural language is for our unity, for our rethinking during these titanic, heroic and sacrificial time which we are living through, the time of the full-scale invasion. How important it is now to give the language of the art the opportunity to speak about our invincibility, about our resistance, and the power of spirit and victory for the whole world. That is so important, and it's also important that since the very beginning, the participants and the speakers of these or those modules and clusters, the participants of our forum were well-known people who had the approbation of this or that creative industry sphere, who was speaking about the ecosystem, who was speaking about the culture and about, in fact, the value of the cultural product, how important it is today. And today the Minister of Culture has mentioned statistical data, which again shows how cultural industries and culture can earn and not just be something which only entertains or serves or just becomes a kind of residual basis for anyone. So I would like to say that this special session has the name of Ukrainian phenomenon. And maybe before giving the floor to each of you, before you show the product, which is a kind of a confirmation, I would ask you in a nutshell, rather quickly, a kind of a quiz to you with the question what the Ukrainian phenomenon is for you, especially during these times, the times of pain and losses, the strength and what? Where do you take it from, please? Maybe one by one.
First of all, thanks for inviting our project. Thanks for inviting me to represent it. It's an honor to be here, sitting beside the talented people, the gifted one here. And I'm glad to be able to represent our segment of collaboration. Now, regarding the phenomenon, I've never given a thought about that. I think it's a common Ukrainian phenomenon to continue fighting, to go to work. In our area, maybe more than in any other, our personal lives are very much intertwined with the working ones. And when the war started, we've started carrying this fear, this anxiety, this angst of losses. I think nearly every family has something to share on that. Nevertheless, we do believe in our victory, and we do our best as cultural actors to bring everything Ukrainian to the world. We fight to stay here and to have this land for our children. Thank you. Lubov, please. Yes, it's an honor of being here. Thanks for having me. In terms of Ukrainian phenomenon, let me quote from Les Kurbas during his time in Vienna, when he wants to decide whether to continue there in the West or go back to Kiev. And he took the matter to his philosophy professor. And he was told that where much blood has been drawn, great art will emerge. And that's really happened, because the wartime unleashes lots of energy. Often we see it as angst that not every time is being translated into cultural products. The culture at war becomes a tool that makes Ukraine a thing in the West. We are no longer accepted as just, some bland personality in something embroidered, peddling traditional arts from the past. And this is also important for the audiences in Ukraine. Last week, I had a message from a person, I'm not going to disclose his name, but it was from a fighter who was at Azovstal, and last September he came back from the Russian captivity, and he said that he paged through my book, The Apricots of Donbass, while in captivity, and he said that now he got a copy, a physical copy of it to read, and he's got another title, Psychology of a Warrior, also on his desk. This says that culture is able to translate what Ukrainian people think and feel here and abroad. So this is the phenomenon, I think, for me. Okay, thank you. Before passing over to Andrei, I would like to thank for this opportunity to talk culture today, to talk about important things today. I'd like to thank for this to our armed forces in Ukraine, our sisters and brothers fighting there. Now, Andrei, thanks for inviting me. Good afternoon. You know, I'm thinking about the very notion of culture. Every other moment, culture is important, culture helps, and so on. I think we have it a bit different today because we are amidst the total war aimed at complete eradication of Ukraine because of us being different, because of our different identity. From here, the notion of culture as a dominant feature that unifies the nation, that motivates our warriors, motivates us for the victory. Because of that, the Ukrainian culture is already a phenomenon. Generally speaking, the Ukrainian phenomenon is in our industrious nature. We like to work, we work a lot, we want to complete the task, we want and know how to support each other, raising the name of Ukraine across the world every day. It is about completing certain tasks that are too creative to have copycat solutions. So it's about everyday work. This is my Ukrainian friend. Andrei Rizol we had with us, and now Andrei Sanyan. Thanks for having me. I do not know answer to the question. I am definitely not an example of this whole Ukrainian phenomenon because I work interpreting the history I inherited from my predecessors, from my teachers. From there, I got this feeling of this cohesive nature of history, this duration, with this understanding that many of the works I shot or worked with or was involved in to tell also my personal story, they have become of importance for a great deal of people. This is about perception of culture by many people, by many rank and file audience members. I think from here we get this notion that the life goes on indeed, that things continue and they are not in vain. Another aspect I noticed during screenings, because I'm also involved in things not normally proper for filmmakers to do. We are screening our movies on a regular basis to different audiences before our servicemen, to audiences abroad. And I can tell you that particularly our military, watching those screen stories, also women either fighting on the front line or waiting for their husbands and brothers to return. So I think when watching my movies, they maybe think that, okay, maybe what I have been doing is also of importance. Maybe it does make difference. Maybe at some point it will make into a sort of a screenplay, maybe. You know, this phenomenon of pain and probably of blood is something that distinguishes our culture these days. This is not an entirely Ukrainian phenomenon, but every time we are through this interesting period when we are being robbed of nearly everything, we have something precious little remaining with us, whether it is a toddler, your rucksack with some belongings, and this gets you a clearer understanding of things eternal, things transitory. Well, we are professionals in talking about eternal matters, so this is how I see it. Yeah, thank you. Every speaker has been thanking for inviting them so far. I'd like to again remind you that we owe the ministry, the Ukrainian Center for Research, the Ukrainian Culture Fund, and many other patrons and partners for this opportunity of having this 7th International Forum. We've been with the forum throughout the time of actual war in Ukraine, that is for nearly a decade, even at the challenging COVID times, at the times of political changes, and even amidst this full-scale invasion. And now it's time to give Irina Danilevska a chance to express herself. At some point, it was this creative platform that was used to speak about Ukrainian fashion, Ukrainian podium presentations. We talked about this being part of our Ukrainian culture, because if we take the trade and economic activities classifier, it appears that fashion industry sits somewhere else, a bit further from culture, creative industries. But actually, at one of those forums, I do remember it, we spoke about the fashion industry being a very visible and very important part of it, of culture, translating some cultural values into creative industry fashion. Yeah, thank you. Indeed. Really, the fashion industry is an art, rather emotional, well understood and understandable, a very enthralling one. And one has to use this as an opportunity. And what we've been doing for the 2 years of full-scale invasion, also beyond Ukraine, and predominantly there, unfortunately, it is far beyond cultural diplomacy. It's about cultural expansion. When we show the collections made by our Ukrainian fashion designers, to tell that people, look, this is from the country of courageous people, gifted people, and the audience does believe it because we connect to them with it. It's understandable for them. Speaking more broadly, the phenomenon of Ukrainian culture for me is about the work done by individual leaders. And it's a pain to acknowledge that it is not the result of the institutional involvement, what institutions should have done. When I get up in the morning, I get this feeling that, okay, this has been done in a correct way, nicely and so on, but I also understand it was done on a hunch, intuitively, because it was my decision or that of Les or others. From here, this point of oscillation, what if they would not be us? What if I or someone else would not do that, preferring rather to sit and read a book instead? This what brings pain in me, because the success of every one of us is not always supported by the government, and we don't have public institutions to lead us, creative individuals, to show us the way, to be compass, for us to judge our own actions. We don't need to be organized by them, because you know how deep-rooted anarchic feeling is in Ukraine. But at the time of great challenges, it may be important to have an institution to help join forces for one decisive strive, for one decisive move. It may not be as needed at the peaceful time, but it is definitely necessary at the time of war. Thank you. Now, Ivan, you've collected most of the mentions, not to the chagrin of the colleagues, during the first panel. There was a question of who our culture can be associated with. So you got several nominations for that. So, yeah, theatrical art has certain limitations. We have our colleagues from the Corps Diplomatique, and I think you know that operatic art, ballet, etc., there can be some language-related barriers. And to fully comprehend theatrical performance, one has to know the language with its intricacies. So the author of The Witch from Konotop, Lemarivna, and many other directed performances, Ivan Urivsky, welcome. I think we are just at the beginning of the stage to speak about the Ukrainian phenomenon. I think we are in the early stage when people are just developing the hunger for culture. And from here, the need of a dialogue. People need a creative product, better if a good one. Would have been nice to have it earlier, because such a process does take time. It can be felt. We will need to work more, much more, to achieve it. Let me put it like that. The public clamors for culture, but we don't have that much culture for people to digest, as opposed to places worldwide. It's a drop in the ocean that we will have to grow into at least a sea. Thank you. Now, dear friends, I do know that each of you has a little work, a little material that you could present to our friends. Maybe some of you could describe projects that were born or appeared, at least partly, because of this war. we are constrained in time about that, about our panel, because we started later than intended. But I suggest that while presenting some of your work, I just want you to mention whether it was like the brainchild of this wartime period, so to explain whether the war made your father this child. Maybe something you are doing now is connected to some fresh reflections from the circumstances we've been living in. Yeah, I have a video presentation. Maybe we could watch this small video. But before that, let me suggest you a joke. Well, actually, I'd like to support Irina and Ivan with the words of the need for systemic work, because we are creating a unique phenomenon that we start to keep on our shoulders, but it definitely needs wider, more systemic cooperation, collaboration, not to remain just crumbles for us to pick.
Mavka, how can I thank you for your help?
Maybe you could play your music for me?
Divo, molю, шукай зору.
Nous appartient dès que tu me tiens la main.
Strategy, tell me, Come figure
Incredible.
Lietus un vēja vārdus mācies.
Você, pra me conhecer melhor. Hinda sasis, omalaw, omaan, ulgemedo.
Your music is the real magic.
The only magic humans have is love.
Thank you. So the comments from you, and simultaneously I know this was the lengthy work which used to start during I was a minister, and in fact, what was the change along the way to the end cut, to the final cut, to the option which is significant during the war? Yes, we created this cartoon for 8 years, and everybody knows about that, I guess. And maybe if not our being stubborn and the feeling that you're ready to devote a huge period of your life to the film, to the project you believe in, And I think the same happened with Dobush. If not the feeling that this is the thing, what you do in your life, it would never happen. Of course, everything started with let us make an animation film about Mavka and let us rethink the classical work of Lesya Ukrainka for the family audience. And it took place at the moment in 2014 when we already had the ban of Russian product. And you see, there's always something good in that, because the society had this request for the Ukrainian content, Ukrainian cartoons, Ukrainian animation heroes and characters. Not that many people remember about that now, but about 8 years ago, a bit more, our shelves of the stores and our TV was filled with Russian animation content. We all were watching Fixiki, or the audience didn't have any choice to have more animation. Yeah, Masha and the Bears, yes. And unfortunately, animation is all expensive and is done for a long time, and the state needs to pay some more efforts to have more of Ukrainian animation. Because I communicated with the kindergarten teacher, and she said, we are so happy and lucky. We have the shelter, and we go there with the children, and we show them Fixiki, the Russian animation. And I was paralyzed, because it's nonsense, it's paradox. It cannot be like that. We should do everything what's possible so as we couldn't have it in our life. And obviously, as we were in 2022, the first night was planned for the end of the 2021, for the 25th of December, with all the distributors and partners, and we were out in 142 countries of the world. Everybody was waiting for us for the ready footage. But we had a bit of delay because of the COVID, and then the war took place. So many animators, the main artist and the lady who created the movements of Mavka were either under occupation in Bucha, in Irpin, or just separated from their families. We were fully shocked, and the work just stopped for about a month. We wrote to our partners, let us find out the way, and then it was the decision of the people. It was impossible to impact that. The main team met and decided that we will do the movie in spite of anything. So people did that in their bathrooms, under the shelling. They sent their footage to their colleagues from abroad, because we had certain contractors, and they were amazed. How do you do that? And we said we didn't have any way out. We need to do that. With almost ready footage, we came to Cannes of 2022. The animators were showing something of their own, and we were showing ours. And we were crying because it was done with blood and tears. And when the film was ready, we already had copies, we took a decision about the distribution, and in the end of 2022, the shelling started. We were out of energy. There were no cinemas, and lots of cinemas were under occupation. There was another decision, the moral and financial one. Should we go to the viewers, to the spectators, or not? And to whom? If 6 million of mothers with children left the country, where is our audience? Of course, those were doubts. But on the other hand, we shouldn't have any doubts. This was the full of will decision. On the 23rd of March, we went for the distribution, cinema distribution, and we saw this request of the society to the dialogue, to the hope, to see from the screens what will give you this hand. It worked. I don't know how would Mavka work in the distribution if not the war. And we'll think about that later. But I was in many audiences with Ukrainian children. It was worth it, you know? Because in the middle of the burnt field, among the despair, in the despair, well, obviously we all believe into the victory, but every day it is hard for us. And to see the children who are singing Ukrainian songs, who are giving hugs to their parents, they went to the movies several times in a row to get this inspiration. And we were also abroad, and it was even harder because the people left and not that many people wanted to flee. They turned out to be without jobs, but in the end they were shouting, "Glory to Ukraine, we will win." They gave each other hugs, they thanked. That was an incredible experience, an incredible support and gratitude. to our people that they did not put up with that. They did not turn their backs to that. And that's what keeps keeping us together. Thank you so much. Ludmila? My case is connected with the book Apricots of Donbass. This is the case when I'd like to say that I wish it never happened. Because the booster was the full-scale invasion as well. The book was written and published in 2015, and the majority of the book was written after 2014. I'm originating from Luhansk region, Pervomaisk, which was already under occupation. My parents lost their house. We still have a Russian, in fact, insurgent who is still living in our house. And all of this family story and simultaneously the story of many people, of millions of people from the Ukrainian East has been rethought in my poems. And it happens with the literature that everything starts after you get the translation of the book into English. This is a substantial thing. After that, you get your international career. And my book in English was published in 2021 before the full-scale invasion, and it played its role as well. It played it not because the war was started, but because Ukraine stood, and because the armed forces of Ukraine stood. No one would like to be together with the losers. Everybody would like to support the strong and to be together with the strong. That is why we got support by everyone at different levels. The first case like that was the invitation to speak in the project of John Legend performance at the Grammy. This audience of this award in the United States was 9 million viewers. So let me show you how it looked like.
Our Father, who art in heaven, of the full moon and the hollow sun, shield from death my parents whose house stands in the line of fire and who won't abandon it like a tomb. Our daily bread give to the hungry and let them stop devouring one another, and forgive us our destroyed cities, even though we do not forgive for them our enemies. Shield and protect my husband, my parents, my child, and my motherland.
Oh Lord.
Thank you. In fact, this performance of ours, it also used to fundraise. Before our performance, there was the speech of the President of Ukraine, a very powerful one. Then we had the fundraising campaign, and those were the accounts of our national bank. This was our main requirement of the Ukrainian participants of this project. This is one case. Another case is connected with the French publication of the book. I got a French agent, and during the times when I got the invitation to Grammy, but the Grammy did not take place then, and the French agent organized, well, kind of even talks between the publishing houses. I was amazed that it is done for the poems. It's not typical for Europe that there are competitions for the poetics, and they are offering more money to publish it. So together with the agents, we selected the publishing house Le Vision de Fang, which is specialized on a kind of a feministic idea. They mostly publishing women, female authors, and they mostly sell books of female authors. This is the publishing house which has powerfully supported Ukraine, and every Saturday it goes to the march to support Ukraine and fundraisers for drones and for lethal points, which is also not typical for the Europeans, which would like to provide humanitarian aid to us only. So they organized a very nice promotion of the book. It has had really nice media in France. In the Festival of Saint-Malo, during the first 2 days, the book was fully purchased. So the last 2 days, I was just sitting watching the audience and took part in some events. They understood that the poetry, even in France, where it is considered to be an obsolete and retro genre during the last 10 of the years, can be sold. And they said that let us try and find the actress and record the audio version of this book. They have the series of classical literature mostly, with Simone de Beauvoir and Françoise Sagan, the classical literature mostly. So they offered for me to create an audio book as well. So we had the negotiations, and then they informed me that they had a deal with Catherine Deneuve. Catherine Deneuve has read some of the poems and said, surely, of course, I will read this book and record it. And in the beginning of the year, we had the audiobook published. This is also the DVD and the CD. You can buy it at other platforms like podcast platforms. So there is one more option to listen to the book. This is also connected to the point that Ukraine and all of us together stood against them. We stood for our cities. We protected Kyiv here. Even with something elementary, we were trying to save ourselves, our relatives, and the country. So it is not connected with the work of the institution. And again, we have some issues with that as well. Thank you. Thank you, Lubov. Well, in fact, I am moderating this panel on purpose, a special session, because I would like to give the opportunity to our speakers to present with their own examples and to reflect, not to have any formal questions only, because in fact, if I hear and see how you listen to us, in each of the speeches, there are answers for all of the questions. How we are moving on, how we are standing on, what we see and which messages we send to the civil society, which were mentioned by Yevhen Bystritsky during Module 1. How we can provide this model of unity. Because in each of the projects, we have an incredible strength and force of unity, and that's incredibly important. First, I wanted to pose a question that whether the war itself gave birth to this or that project. But I cannot tell that because all of the presentees at the stage, looking at their background, they're doing that forever. Before, during, and I hope after the war. Andrei Rizol, please. Thank you. Thank you, Yevhen. Well, the war gave the push to several of our projects. As far as I understand, we are short of time, so let me tell only a bit about the project of the Culture vs. War. While you're listening to me, you can Google it, Culture vs. War, or hashtag Culture vs. War. So we started this project in April 2022. However, it was really lively and close to life. I just made a call to my friend Sergei Mikhalchuk, the famous DOP from Ukraine, for Oscar nominations, and now the soldier. He's the owner of the Silver Bear of Berlinale. And that is an incredible person for me as well, which is a very important person, even as a teacher for me. So who knows Sergei? You know that he's almost whispering. And he's not speaking a lot, telling a lot. But all of the emotions which overwhelmed him, and he was already in the army then with the arms in his hands. For 40 minutes, I was just listening to him. And after that, there was an idea born to create the project Culture vs. War, which is focused on the artists who are actively involved in the war process. The artists. We have instantly started the shooting of this project. This was a very complicated and lengthy project, and maybe the most complicated was still to save, to preserve the aesthetic quality of the cinema product. This is the documentary, and we knew instantly that our main audience is the foreign audience. So we even had certain research under those conditions and understood that the level of the product and trust to the product, where the main characters are the artists, is much higher, the level of the trust, than to the products where the protagonists are the politicians, the diplomats, or even the military. The level of the sincerity of the Ukrainian distinguished people allows to communicate with the world about the values, about the senses, about their motives, why the army take the arms in their hands. And this is a very subtle project. We were even tortured with our team how not to cross this fringe. And we decided to make it as a sincere confession. Our characters are speaking to the universe. Would you please watch a short trailer of my project, Culture versus War? And then I will tell you about the indicators of this project as of today.
Борітеся, поборете, вам Бог помагає. За вас правда, за вас слава і воля святая.
Ну дай же нам пожити самостійно. Ми 70 років жили у такій кабалі, де нам казали, що Бога нема.
Очі країни після 24 лютого – це очі людини, яка швидко і сильно подорослішала, якій довелося бачити те, чого б вона, мабуть, і не хотіла би бачити.
Чесно кажучи, хотілося не вмерти, щоб тобі встрелили в потилицю кулю. Мені хотілося вмерти зі зброєю в руках, щоб це було по-лицарськи.
У всіх у нас громадянські професії. Склалася ситуація в країні, що нам прийшлося стати солдатами. У нас є, крім автомата, є ще камера. І ми можемо те зробити, що цю історію і цю війну запам'ятають.
Приклад того, що антитіла залишили там інструменти, мікрофони і пішли воювати, це логічне рішення.
Для дуже багатьох українців стало шоком, стало цілковитою несподіванкою те, якою є Росія насправді. Тому що людей в Бучі, в Гостомелі, Ірпені гвалтували, катували і грабували не Путін Шойгу, це робили молоді російські хлопці.
Осталось щось від квартири? Нічого практично. Тут в житті, на відміну від знімального майданчику, не буде можливості перезняти дубль. Надто страшно те, що ти бачиш.
А якби в мене була можливість ніколи не зробити цих знімків, я би не роздумуючи погодилась. Якби мені сказали, що мене ніколи не опублікує New York Times, я б з радістю погодилась. Просто краще нічого цього не було, ніяких медіа і ніякої війни.
Мистецтво – це зброя, і культура – це велика політика.
Безперечно, те, що між нами відбувається, це війна культур, це війна цінностей, це війна принципів.
Людина є результатом культури в самому широкому сенсі, того культурного ландшафту, того культурного оточення, в якої вона народжується, зростає, виховується.
Ми маємо вистояти в цій боротьбі для того, щоб реалізувати той Божий задум, бути вільними, щоб творити.
Тому боремося і в полях, і на інформаційному фронті, і на культурному фронті. І я впевнений, що найстрашніше вже позаду. І ми приречені просто на перемогу.
Thank you. In the framework of the project, we created 6 documentary novellas. You were able to see our 6 protagonists. In other projects, we create full-size documentary with greater number of protagonists you've got included. If we use some statistical figures, as of now, we've had 117 screenings in 96 cities across the world. And I mean, those were not events for diasporas. Rather, we were presented at top-level platforms at UNESCO, European Commission in Brussels, in Strasbourg, some prime locations. We've been consciously doing that because visibility of Ukraine does not emerge out of thin air. It won't happen by itself. And we have it as comprehensive event with photo exhibitions, other such events. And if we take photo exhibitions, it's Sergei Mikhalchuk, Liberov's. Their photos make for 30% of all the photos depicting the developments in Ukraine. We also launched an art book, and we continue with our activities. While we're waiting with Irina, our colleagues, we came to an understanding that we are uniting, joining efforts, creating collaborations. We want public institutions to follow the suit and join, because, you know, we've got some experience. We have created our own system of coordinates worldwide, an independent one that allows us to launch our projects in a matter of a week or a fortnight without waiting for years for that. We are ready to share those platforms and locations. We are ready to cooperate. Please. One more thing to mention. 35 countries, 117 screenings, 76-something cities, top platforms, now institutions and their power. All of that is being done by just one individual. Evgenia, please stand up. Meet a 21-year-old woman. So when someone says about the dearth of resources, etc., I get just crazy and mad. So it's about one's will. Thank you. Les, please, we are running out of time, so be quick. Yes, I do have the presentation, but I'd like to capitalize on the idea that most of you understand what it is about. I think you know the movie Dovbush and many other things, so I'm not going to launch it. But I would rather give you a couple of reflections about our activity. I thoroughly support Andrei. I am not going to steal from your text, from what Ivan has to say. We have started working as a volunteer squad, a volunteer artistic squad. I'm not sure if it is for good or not. We don't have any government supervision. Hopefully they're too busy with procuring munitions and fatigues and everything. But by the way, we do the same, and I can tell you that the government is not as quick on its toes, whether they're on or in the arts domain. But again, one of the reflections I'd like to share. I had a dialogue with educators, with teachers. It was a meeting in a large national library. And there was a smaller group of maybe 16 to 80 senior grade pupils. We were to talk about poetry. Then we had missile strike alert, and we had to go to the shelter underground. So for 3.5 hours, I would rather tell the pupils about how to make movies. So that was the way we spent our alert time. Then I had teachers. They came to me with the question, what we have to do, because kids are afraid of those daily strikes, and your story about movie making is so interesting, how to proceed. I told them, if Russian troops appear here, you understand that their first task will be to destroy our identity, to destroy the Ukrainians with their theaters, their libraries. And surely we are in the extermination lists. You all know how things go. So why do we have to be afraid? What we should be afraid of? It's just a simple dichotomy, either die or win. Let us start living this after the victory time. Let us tell our kids how we will rebuild Ukraine after the victory. Another reflection, it was an opening for me, an eye-opening moment. I came to an emotional and very clear understanding that those who are fighting on the front line, who got arms voluntarily, to do that, they are defending not the current Ukraine, but the country, the Ukraine of the future. They will be living, they would want to live in with their kids. And this is the only motivation of people, whether it is about moral motivation, others, the only one for them not to lay down their arms and continue fighting under shelling, wet, dirty, sometimes unable to respond to the enemy. I think the biggest fear of any serviceman is to be killed without being able to retaliate. And nevertheless, people are defending the country they devised for themselves in their hearts. Yeah, we had barricades on the Maidan Square, and I do remember our barricades that started there, then moved all the way to the front line. And this is the internal barricade that each of us has inside our heart. It's about culture, it's about language, it's about our intangible heritage values we are talking about today. Another thing, also regarding the cinematography, we have some beautiful numbers voiced. We more than 100 countries. I could boast you with more than 500,000 of audience, 2.5 million and some live streaming service on the internet. But please remember, well, you do know that already, but please be mindful of it, that all the movies getting awards on festivals, they were funded 3, 4, maybe 5 years ago. And we are approaching a huge dark hole where no movies will emerge. Those, the hole will be filled in by rather documentaries, those that are made today, done by gifted Ukrainian video and photojournalists, those who stayed in Mariupol to make this exceptional movie and received Oscar award for that, and that was done without any support from the government. Some of the movies nominated for prizes at international festivals were taken out of nominee lists here. I mean, the list of those who could consider getting public funds. More than 600 of Ukrainian movie makers, documentary makers, are renowned professionals with lots of prizes, lots of awards. They wrote a letter to the President of Ukraine, the Cabinet, the State Committee for Cinematography, etc., with a request to channel all the money earmarked for cinema development towards army needs. Another thing is pending changes in the State Committee for Cinematography. It has been a long battle cry. You know, when rephrasing the known thing, when canons keep silent, the muses are crying. I do know personally dozens of my colleagues, the most reputable, I would say, knights and warriors in the profession. They took arms in their hands to go to the front line, and the majority of them won't probably ever return from that, or maybe won't be able to continue. You probably understand that a ballet dancer who is now fighting in trenches will never go back on the scene. An operatic singer won't have his voice back after the war. Not sure about literary works, but I do understand that the experience we're acquiring now should be used to make Ukraine a country that really resembles what we have in mind in our dreams. Sorry for overstaying my time, but let me dwell for a second on another thing. We are now deeply engaged in the cancelling of Russian culture, saying no to Pushkin, Dostoevsky, and other such prominent Russian figures. There is also a growing trend of some artistic figures, long used to be called Russian ones, are now restored the Ukrainian nationality. We know that students at some cultural institutions are now protesting Russian names on the plaque of their institution. We do know that the State Conservatory in Kiev that is in the fight over the name of Tchaikovsky. And the management of the institution says that, well, this is a reputable musician, a composer of world stature, and the Chinese students are paying for their tutorship there, so why? And so you know the picture, you know the stories across social media and that. And this can be easily explained because there is no culture without morals, without self-identification, without the feeling of one's identity. But still, we need to do a lot, a big deal of work to have the voice of Ukraine heard, to make sure that our voices are not disregarded. Yeah, it's a big question. Why this opera diva is singing when we know that she is married to a Russian oligarch and lives from his pocket? I think our nation will persist in the world memory as the one with great military courage and valor, but still I think after our victory it will be paramount to ensure that we are not feared as the nation of warriors, ready to fight with bare hands for their hopes, for their lives. We want to be a nation that can give the world a Nobel Literary Prize laureate, a host of prominent theatrical performers, musicians. We need to be able to teach our children to love Ukraine, the country of future we will want to live in. Sorry for taking that long, but you wanted my reflections. Yes, yeah. Things were quite important for me to interrupt you, but you took all of the time allotted for the rest of the participants. As we still have two speakers, I will probably request some minutes for them to complete. Without repeating what has already been mentioned, those personal, important things, universal things already mentioned. But please, Irina. After Les's words, it's a challenge to continue actually, because he mentioned every important bit is there. The project that we deem maybe not a phenomenal one, but a unique one. Thanks God it remains unique for the international community, is about catwalks organized, fashion shows organized on catwalks of various countries. We wrote multiple letters to our peers in the industry, asking them to help Ukraine, to cancel Russia's influence. Then we understood the need to preserve the industry because we were risking to lose the people working there. That was why the Support Ukrainian Fashion initiative emerged. And yeah, we had letters to fashion weeks, to all continents, asking them to help Ukrainian fashion designers with showing their collections. Just, I will skip some part to tell you that we spent 4 seasons of Ukrainian fashion. Those were fashion weeks. We had 4 of them. 69 Ukrainian brands were presented throughout the project. And the thing is not only in us trying to help the Ukrainian designer brands and Ukrainian fashion companies to retain their employees, to innovate, to get new orders from abroad, for them to live and operate. But actually, each such event, each such involvement, participation of each brand or designer, it was under the slogan, Aid Ukraine, do not forget about Ukraine. Yeah, you see, I wrote all my words on the paper. But again, I do remember before the London Fashion Week, we had voice messages sent to tell about the war going on in Ukraine and the importance for people to be present at the Ukrainian Fashion Week in London, because the event had not had this opportunity of being staged in Ukraine, and we tried to convey our values, not about our courage, but rather about our values, our readiness to create something offsetting the threat of war, because it was not us who had started the war, it was them come to us. Yeah, at the second event we said, yeah, a bit less news from the front line, but the war is still there, so please go on supporting, helping Ukraine.
After each show, the designers went out to the stage with the banners and flags on their shoulders. So I'd like to say that this kind of story about values and story about what Oles was speaking about, one of the points he mentioned, that we are not just courageous and strong and ready to protect ourselves, but we know how to create. We are the country of talented people. It gives more faith in Ukraine for, unfortunately, a really specific and particular Western audience. We need to move from all the perspectives. We need to use any chance from the global, the state level, to the private one, so as we could attract attention to Ukraine and speak about what country that is, and that our country deserves for support and attention, because we just cannot afford ourselves not to win. Thank you so much, Irina Danilevska. Ivan, that is why I took this place. I have long legs, maybe that's kind of a couple of words from me. So as I'm representing theater here, it's better to watch than to speak about it. So I don't know what to say. The only thing, the frequent question is, how did you change? How did the audience change? As the theater is dealing with human beings, we are searching for the changes. Through the shows, yes, we created, and I created 3 or 4 shows in Ukraine, one of them abroad, and I need to say we need to exist in the 2 contexts, in the Ukrainian for our audience, how to work with him, how to create this dialogue, what to speak about. If we speak about the war, then how not to be fake, because in the theater there is a high probability to be fake and not to be truthful speaking about the war. So I'm very cautious about that. And how to exist in the context abroad. I mean festivals, shows and plays. Unfortunately, because of the war, we have such an opportunity, in fact. We want to be seen, and they want to see us. Not that much as they used to, but they want to see us abroad. What to speak about tomorrow, just about the war, or not only about the war? Should that be the modern playwrights or classical ones? All of that should be. All of that should have been involved long ago. I'm just now visiting the websites of the theaters in each of the German, Italian, French cities. They have Chekhov, they have Dostoevsky, they have Russians. So we lost this momentum. They just begin to get to know us. Our modern or even classical playwrights are just emerge now. Even the Forest Song or the Crossroads by Ivan Franko, they could replace Dostoevsky or Chekhov. So we need to work a lot. We need to systematize this work and to go ahead to our victory. So glory to the armed forces of Ukraine, glory to Ukraine, glory to its heroes. Thank you, Ivan. A short announcement, as Ivan had a very short speech. In the end of April, the National Theatre, named after Ivan Franko, will show the new work of Ivan Urivsky, the award winner of Taras Shevchenko Award, Maria Stewart. Please, we invite you, though there are no tickets for April. And for May as well. Still come in June and make a call to me. Okay, dear friends, thank you so much. In fact, I think that the distinguished community should support you, because whatever you said today, the creators, we had the first module when we were speaking about the functioners, the philosophers, the managers. Here we have the creators, who finally are 3 in 1, because the film or theater director is both the organizer and the producer, the creator, and all the rest. So, in fact, as all of the people here, because those are the points which were mentioned here, and Lyubov is organizing that, in fact. So, I would like you to support our conversation with a round of applause, because it's about us, about culture, about Ukraine, about invincibility, about the victory. Glory to Ukraine, glory to its heroes. Thank you, dear friends. And exiting, I'd like to say that the second floor, between the stage and the hall, we have the exhibition project, War Close-Up, where with the panorama 360 and 3D modeling and the videos from drones, we can show the world community how the genocide of the Ukrainian nation looks like. These footages is the scientific and academic evidence of the war crimes committed by Russians. And also I'd like to inform you, dear friends, that our next module is a very important one about culture and inclusion, where we'll discuss how inclusivity is important in the cultural services, what's the role of culture and creative industries in the creation of open society and inclusive spaces. Dear friends, just 5 minutes, we can have a break, and then I invite all of you to the next module. 5 to 7 minutes. I understand that it's a very short break between the modules.
We're driving cars on a Mars tonight. We're blasting off to the stars tonight. We wanna go, go. We wanna go, go. bullshit dripping off the chin. I gotta hit the beat. I gotta hit the
You drop this. Yeah. Like they're bringing anything to the table. Bro, I'm not your son, see I'm able. I do my own bits. Limited edition, no some missing classic shit. I know that you're feeling it. Feel mad, cold nights feel heavy. Same place, going in the heart of the city. Nitty gritty feels iffy and the eyes feel shifty. The shit we're in, yo, it's all mad risky.
all night long. But the feeling keeps kicking in. Beef with all the girls. Bullshit dripping off the chin. All night long. But the feeling keeps kicking in. Beef with all the girls. Bullshit dripping off the chin.
Dear friends, let us start the next module, Culture and Inclusion, where we'll discuss how inclusivity is important in the cultural services and what's the role of culture and creative industries in the creation of open society and inclusive spaces. We do invite to the stage the moderator of the discussion panel, the director of the social enterprise Inclusive Hospitable, Vitaly Serhichuk. Hello, everyone. We are also inviting all of our guests. They are one by one taking their places. We'll be communicating with Oksana Potimko, Executive Director of Lviv Union, Ukrainian Union of People with Disabilities, everyone. And for the people who are vision impaired, so hello, everyone. Then we'll also have Veronika Selega, the director of the creative agency Biker Staff, Nina Matsuk, the expert on inclusivity and barrierlessness, the head of the project of Guide on Barrierlessness for Communities, Alexander Teren, the military veteran, the host of the TV show Legs Flew and or All Inclusive, and Uliana Pcholkina, who's the consultant on accessibility in Superhuman Center, the head of the board of the League of the Strong, Uliana Pcholkina. And maybe we'll be joined by Tetiana Lomakina, the advisor of the Special Commissioner of the President. But as she is the commissioner of the country at war, she's a bit late. So let us speak about culture and inclusivity. Let us give the floor to our wonderful speakers. First, we need to watch the video. We will see how the Ministry of Culture is perceiving what culture and inclusivity is. They created a short video so as we could see it and discuss it in the panel discussion. Please.
Культура без бар'єрів, рівні можливості для кожного та кожної. Досягнення. Міністерство культури та інформаційної політики України. Створено відділ політики безбар'єрності, гендерної рівності та ментального здоров'я. Напрацьовано рекомендації для органів влади щодо викладення інформації спрощеною мовою та проведено тренінг простою про складне. Розроблено флагманські проєкти «Культура без бар'єрів» та «Мистецтво допомагати». Створено експертну раду з комунікацій безбар'єрності. Проводиться інформаційна кампанія «Україна без бар'єрів». Здійснюється напрацювання політики доступності культурних послуг в Україні. Національна бібліотека України для дітей. Робота з дітьми з особливостями психофізичного розвитку. Майстер-класи для вихованців школи-інтернату номер 4 для дітей з порушенням зору. Онлайн-заходи з ментального здоров'я для неповнолітніх, які знаходяться в установах виконання покарань. Національна філармонія України. Забезпечено можливість розмістити відвідувачів на кріслах колісних в партері, а також для них обладнано сучасний пандус та вбиральню. Затверджено положення про порядок супроводу осіб з інвалідністю та інших маломобільних груп населення. На сайті філармонії розміщена схема пересування для відвідувачів на кріслах колісних. Філармонія постійно запрошує на концерти людей, які лікуються або проходять реабілітацію в лікарнях та шпиталях. Український культурний фонд. Підтримано 164 проєкти та інвестовано 91 мільйон гривень в рамках грантової програми «Культура без бар'єрів». Проведено інклюзивну художню виставку світових та українських митців «Картини, що оживають». Реалізовано проєкт «Образ воїна» в рамках програми відновлення для захисників та захисниць України. Запроваджено послуги аудіоопису для глядачів з порушеннями зору в обласних театрах Вінниці, Хмельницького та Рівного. Київський національний академічний театр «Оперетти». Перший заклад в Києві, який провів вистави з аудіодескрипцією для людей з порушенням зору. Встановлено універсальний мобільний сходовий підйомник на гусеничному ходу LG 2004 для крісла колісного. Облаштовано 2 спеціалізовані вбиральні. Видано першу в Україні збірку дитячих п'єс «Магія театру» шрифтом Брайля. Театр позначений на карті Autism Friendly Space як заклад культури, де надають послуги відвідувачам з аутизмом. Реалізовано інклюзивний проект «Тактильна адаптація вистав для глядачів». Проведено вечір-концерт «Кавова кантата» з перекладом жестовою мовою. Мистецький арсенал. Організовано проведення екскурсій жестовою мовою на фестивалі «Неоосвітній арсенал-2023». Проведено виставки у форматі 3D-турів та відеотурів. Впроваджено аудіогід до виставки «Співіснування з темрявою» українською та англійською мовами. Організовано інтерактивну інсталяцію «5 чуттів у неосвітньому просторі для дітей». Зроблено переклади подій фестивалю «Книжковий арсенал-2023» жестовою мовою. Картини із колекції мистецького арсеналу зроблені шрифтом Брайля. Забезпечено безкоштовний прокат крісла колісного. Створюємо інклюзивне суспільство разом.
Thank you for your attention and the Ministry of Culture for the preparation of the video. This is a little part of what was developed by the cultural community and the community of people with disabilities, NGOs which were dealing with since the first time or day of independence with the complicated issue that our culture is still not accessible. Lots of the things were mentioned, lots of them were not. Uliana, what is inclusive culture for you? Good day. Thank you for the question, Vitaly. Maybe I should start with, not with the answer what inclusive culture is, but that before the trauma, and I got a trauma when I was 19 years old, that's why I'm using the wheelchair, I was working in the theater, Franco theater. I was dreaming of becoming an actress as was a young girl. 2 weeks before the tests to the institute, I was in the traffic accident. So in fact, after the trauma, I wanted to come back to the theater, but I did not do that because the administrative stuff for the person who has a disability is not accessible. Though there are lots of examples of the actors, Mr. Abazopoulos, who had the surgery on the throat and his voice has changed, he went on with his shows. We know historical examples, many examples with people with prosthetics who still went on working in the theater. But still, it's not only about the people on the stage. It's not only about the viewers who should have gotten to the cultural institution, but about the employees and the staff. Because today, lots of people are getting different disorders or impairments. So if we as employers in the cultural sphere, not even, but and in the cultural sphere, we shouldn't consider the person with disability as if we don't consider them as an employee, then we'll lose this economic potential. We'll lose people without giving them the opportunity to work. The person who knows how to paint shouldn't walk or even speak. She could be, or he should be, a wonderful decorator with a speech impediment or any other impediment or, in fact, impairment, if the person has a talent. Moreover, I know artists who create incredible works of art and they can work in the cultural sector. So why then the person who is hearing impaired can't be a guide in the museums, and so on and so forth? I can list lots of such examples, and we can spend this time for the discussion of these examples. But I would appeal to us, let us consider that when we speak about barrierlessness in culture, about inclusivity and accessibility of not only the clients, the viewers, the visitors, first of all, we need to consider the employees and to involve people in the work in the cultural sector. Nina, if you may, please go on with this topic. Uliana has mentioned that it is so important to look not only at the audience hall accessible for the viewer, but also the stage and behind the stage where we wonderfully spent our time. So could you please tell how can we make culture more inclusive for the artists? Which solutions or which examples you could tell us about and show us? Hello, dear colleagues. In fact, I would like to follow up Uliana's ideas because I share her view that inclusivity in culture is not only about the sign language translations of any of the creative works and audio description. It's also that the artists with disabilities are also the creators of the cultural product.
Guides with sight problems can do tours of museums. You can have people doing art brut tours, things like that. This is already happening in Ukraine. It's also important to remember that inclusion is about really onboarding, and it's important not only for people with disabilities. With the advent of the Ukrainian Cultural Fund, I think you remember there was an inclusive art program launched aimed at supporting artists with disabilities, because no secret, they've long been outside the cultural context. And there were 3 years for this program to help people, artists with disabilities. And much was said about the need of inclusivity in every artistic program. Then we had a program called The Culture of Crime, of Crimea, very important one to help integrate the Crimean culture in the overall Ukrainian context. Again, there was a matter of inclusivity because the Crimean culture is also inclusive. We can also include the veteran community because many creative people have joined the armed forces of Ukraine. And this means that after they come back home, they will need to return to making cultural products. We haven't got communication with the Ukraine Culture Fund about the progress with these challenges, the vision of how things have to be sorted out. But let me just say that when we speak about inclusion in cultural domain, the first-hand priority is accessibility of cultural institution, because people go there to consume cultural products. And you can see on screen the QR code you can use to visit the product I'd like to expound to you. We designed a barrier-free guide for communities, the so-called barrierlessness guide, with descriptions of facilities in need of capital repairs or accessibility measures, and we have already 2 products ready. The third, the fourth one are in design. And these, the first one was about museums. The second one was about libraries. It's nonetheless important as administrative service delivery centers, railway stations, things like that. So you can use the QR code to go there to check the products, and there is a checklist against which you may want to check your own cultural institution to see if it is a barrier-free facility or not. And it's not rocket science, even those not professionals in technicalities of it can use this checklist. Okay, thank you for what you've been doing. really, we already see many answers being found, even without great assistance from the rest of the public or the government. So thank you for your work. Now, Oksana, you've been working for many years over solutions to help people with visual impairments to get the culture, to feel the culture. So what have been your most efficient solutions so far? Yes, good afternoon, dear friends. Thank you for the opportunity of presenting this success story. We are a small team of 5. 3 of them sit in this room. I am the chair of this civil society organization. I'm also working at Lviv Polytechnical University, leading there the IT Technology Center, and we were able to merge efforts of the public and government sectors to do what we started to do and to implement it across Ukraine. We have here Katerina Ivashutina. She's wearing a beige jacket. Please find her. We also have a Tiflo pedagogue, knowledgeable of using the Braille type to make books. She's currently working with our servicemen who lost their eyesight at war. We also have Ruslan, our audio descriptor, working on movies for people with visual impairments. He's also a member of the Picardian Tertia performance band. The remaining 2 colleagues have remained in Lviv. So we were the first to introduce movies with audio description for people with eyesight problems. It first happened 11 years ago. Since then, we were able to make quite a lot of movies and cartoons. We also had the first theatric performance back in 2014 at Maria Zenkovecka National Theatre with audio description, followed by thousands of seminars on audio description for some major theatrical stages, museums across country in Kyiv, to teach them how to cater to the needs of visually impaired audiences. We also introduced audio description in tourist routes, like bus routes, walking trails, and so on. Some of the first museums we did audio description for was the Arsenal Museum. It's a branch in Lviv. We also made audio description for Pinzel's Museum in Lviv. I will also show you to some quite interesting solutions for museums, not only in terms of physical accessibility, but also in terms of accessibility of the cultural products they exhibit. We also designed certain guides. If you could check, Vitaly, for the one on Zbarash Fortress, these are made for just regular consumers and in Braille. And they also have a relieved QR code and Braille-made pictures. We did it for Cheherin, for Arsenal Museum, for Sheptitsky Museum in Lviv. Another area of our operations involves publishing books in Braille. I will ask Vitaly to pass 2 more titles to those in the room. Tove Jansson and The Global History of Ukraine by Yaroslav Gritsak. We took just the first volume because the full title is 8 volumes, and I think our Yaroslav would not be able to get all of it. Until recently, we had books like Tales by Tove Jansson. In Ukraine, this is an edition from 2016. Meanwhile, we did our principal publication back in 2009, completely done for people with eyesight disabilities in Braille, including pictures and so on. Why so? Because, well, Uliana mentioned her story. I will tell you my story. I had no problems with my eyes. I was a military medic, and in being 24 years old, suddenly I completely lost my sight. I had to go and get my second education. Then my father brought a book for me. He brought it home, and it was really scary. My mom started crying because of that. So having graduated from Ivan Franko University and finding a job, I came to an understanding that blind kids should not be forced to reading these horrible books. There was a meeting at the Ministry of Education years ago, and I was criticized. I was told, why blind people, and I hate calling them blind, I call them people with visual impairments. So I was told, why do blind people have to get colored books? So my response was, why a kid with visual impairment may limit him, herself, to a book without color and poorly made. We wanted these books to be available to people with all kinds of disabilities. Dyslexia, visual impairment, other such. We have more than 24 of our publications presented, exhibited here on the second floor. Please find the time to look at them. And I can tell you that not a single European country has anything similar, even remotely similar. I was to Canada, nothing there as well. Some of the countries, like Sweden, Poland, Germany, are making just first steps to copy our experience and do something similar. Not much progress, but they do their best. Also, in terms of inclusivity matters, we also have audiobooks that we record in Lviv using services of professional theatrical performance musicians, and we also use services of children with complete eyesight loss from across Ukraine. With their help, we create exceptional books, and Yaroslav Nudik, his complete name, is working in Lviv with them over the technique of voicing up such audio books with kids. We have also in our exhibition some samples for you to enjoy. Nothing like that in Europe again. We also have a regular event which is called Open the Life to Yourself. And this is a music performance. So before that, you could only mention probably Andrea Bocelli with his theatrical performance with orchestra. Now we have collectives in Lviv doing the same thing. It's a matter of improving lives with inclusion that should not be a formal exercise. It should not be something populist. I think it's necessary to create an expert council to suggest a balanced way of finding creative works for individuals with their sight disabilities. You know, the problem is even in the fact that no one verifies whether like translations into Braille of some titles have been done correctly. No one is checking the quality of it for books, for movies. In early 90s, some might remember, would be nice to see if we have someone remembering things from the 90s. Now, I think you remember at the time we had lots of Vietnamese selling those sportswear at markets, and we would buy them because we never had anything even remotely comparable. Then years passed, we understood that it's time to buy quality things rather than that cheap stuff. I think we are going the same transformation here. It's time, it's high time to go over to quality products. It's very important for the Ministry of Culture to create registry organizations delivering relevant services, like printing books in Braille or doing audio description of movies, providing training to actors or to museum staff on inclusivity. The next step from the ministry could be about keeping in regular contact with such organizations to see if they, for example, are willing to expand their business and offer maybe, I don't know, audio description of movies besides book printing. The third step could be to teach like people with normal eyesight to behave around people with visual impairments. We are working with the military that have such problems, and we do understand that the cultural product available to them, and we are working from the unbroken veteran facility in Lviv. So I think it's very important to have some public programs on how to better help them. So, you know, it's not the time to teach them Braille because they still think, they dream of regaining their eyesight. You cannot teach them effectively how to use Braille. But audio description for movies is what they definitely demand. I've seen them crying from delight and emotion after getting their first experience with it. And thank you for your attention. Thank you indeed. As we see the progress of inclusion and inclusivity in Ukraine, after a long period in the shadows, on the outskirts, well, it goes on, and it is developing to the extent that we can even share our experience with European colleagues, given the number of people with disabilities that we increasingly have, and in absence of relevant governmental assistance, it's rewarding to see that people find time and resource to create and foster changes. Now, Victoria, what would you say about changes in the field of inclusivity, and what, in your view, is their effect on our environment? Thank you. I'm Veronika Selegataubat. Briefly, about a certain metaphor you can find in real life. It's just in the government quarters, we call it. It's a cafe with a near vertical ramp with a tactile strip there. A very vivid example of how the inclusion thing looks like in the country. We're not going into individual cases because, yes, we will find lots of success stories. And Oksana, Ulyana, Nina, they can all give examples of positive things. But overall, in spite of more than 2 years of full-scale invasion. We have this situation. Meanwhile, we have 300,000 people with disabilities. And, well, managers of cultural institutions, city mayors, as long as they perceive it as another burden on them, the thing will remain a fiction. So it might be in compliance with some constructive development and building standards, but it will not work, and it will be far from what the public really needs. The examples abound in the country. There's this nice program. There's a whole registry of different public facilities with a proper assessment of whether these are inclusive and accessible or not. And the answer is they do not comply. Me, say, being a person with disability, permanent or transit, I can be just pregnant, or I can be a woman with a minor, or I'm an elderly person, and I may be confined to using such accessibility features that cannot be too accessible. Let me show you to a case already explained by Oksana. It's about Pinzel Museum in Lviv. Just a couple of slides for you to see.
And they will show what are the stages of the implementation of accessibility in each of the museums and what you should start with. Though it may seem weird, but we should start with the vision of the head of the museum and the staff. When we have the request that our institution is ready to speak about accessibility, and when this request is formed, then we have the audit of accessibility. Let us move on. All of that is history, and then, if you have the wish, we can stop here at Pinsel AR. In this specific case, the institution was created from within because one of the NGOs within the project Pinsel AR created the series of tactile copies of Pinsel's sculptures. This was of incredible quality. It was within the Ukrainian Cultural Foundation. And those tactile copies with the description with Braille were done in a fantastic way. And the collective, the staff of the museum, with Taras Wozniak as head, were thinking whether we can expand the exhibition from copies to name our museum an accessible one. So we provided an audit of accessibility. Volodymyr Vysotsky, together with the team, have done it. And I think he is a famous one in accessibility topic. You can always get to him. If not him, he will be able to advise you who could do that. Let us see that in a slide. And one more. Yes, this is the accessibility audit. What did it show in this complicated situation? A historical building showed, well, it is written here problems. It was not problems. This is what we needed to work on to understand the stages and the price of this project. The cash, in fact, board with the lower table, and if we had the ramp, it would be really long, so we needed a different approach. We didn't have any memo scheme, we didn't have the audio guide or audio description. And when we created the audio guide in Mariinsky Palace, she said very specifically, the audio guide will not solve all the issues, so we need both the audio guide and audio description. The lack of information for the people who are hearing impaired, and some approach for people with autism. So we appointed such a task, whether we can solve all the topics and what we got in the end of the day. Next slide, please. Next slide will show which topics were in fact implemented. All the project lasted for 5 months. The local authorities had such an assignment, a task: tactile navigation from the public transport stop to the entrance to the museum. According to all of the norms in the world, this is what you start with, the journey of the person who is vision impaired to any institution. So let us be sincere, they were lucky. The public transport stop is really close to the museum. Still, they created the tactile navigation. Then at the entrance, we had a kind of a bell. What's the name of the bell? Yes, it's a kind of a sound which is becoming louder as soon as the person is coming closer, so the person can find the way in. Then we had the lift, the platform, which only Kharkiv had at the moment. And also we had the lower, in fact, stands for the cash office. And also we have the mnemonic scheme, and at the next slide, mnemonic scheme for the ticket office. And at the next slide, you can see how this mnemonic scheme was implemented with the full description for everyone. The QR code, which leads to audio description, which we implemented together with Oksana, and the audio guide, which we created together with Megogo company, as well as the audio guide in Mariinsky Palace. And the TV set, which you can see to the right, was done for the first time. This is the information in sign language about the exposition of the museum. So it was rather unexpected. The implementation was very simple. The cycle video of a minute and a half, which tells in a sign language what the person sees in the museum and what's the way of the person. It was lasting for 5 or 6 months. Everything started by the request from within. And the last slide. Out of the necessary but the new one, undoubtedly the training for the team, that's compulsory. This is what you can frequently skip, but without the proper training of the team for the work in the new status, because we are the barrierless museum and we know how to communicate with the people with autism, how to communicate with anyone, all of the people. That's we conduct the series of trainings. We start everything with the choice of words, and then we move to the actions, how to act in the non-standard situation. And another program is for the people with autism. So this is the previous visit, I would say, or we have the one step-by-step visit at the website where the parents of the children with autism. So for them, it's not a stress next day. You know what to be ready for. So you minimize the stress and this load. So please, if you need to use it, you can. This is the case of one of the institutions, how it looks. Thank you. Thank you as well. And we'd like to have enough time to listen to Alexander. Alexander, you are going to the theater and the cinema, right? And you are the representative of the culture and a veteran. What inclusive culture is for you? What would you like to tell us about? Hello, everyone. It was already mentioned about the culture, the accessibility of the venues, the spaces, but barrierlessness shouldn't be only in the space in the art. It's the culture of communication and perception as well. As I'm short of time, I'll try to speak shorter. I'd like to begin with a short story. As I'm the veteran, it's one of my regalia, so I'd like to tell more about that. I have the brother in arms who was wounded in May 2022. We were in Karpatska Sich regiment. It was a voluntary formation, so he got injured as a volunteer, and it was very complicated. It was almost lethal. But he was saved. Now he is in France, goes under treatment, still for 2 years already, and he doesn't have any status. He doesn't have anything. Just a person who had a trauma, an injury. And of course, we wanted him to get the first category of, in fact, disability. But as a civilian, people need to understand. What about the volunteers, the people who were wounded without having any official status? as in Ukraine, the people have the power. So the more we raise those topics, the more the authorities will be responding to that. Because in fact it happens now that if we are worried by some of the issue, we bring it above and then we communicate with the people. So we need to speak about that as well, because there is the group of people with disabilities who got an injury in civilian life or were born like that, and there are people who got disabilities during the combats. So this is not a separation, but still, well, I wouldn't say that this is the abyss, let it be the separation. There is the difference between the people who got a disability at the war and in the civilian life. We'd like this abyss, this gap to be covered. We don't want to have any competition between the people with disabilities. And Uliana will not allow me to tell lies that people who got a disability in civilian life have fewer benefits, I would say, from the state support, right, support from the state. So we wouldn't like to have the decrease of support for the veterans, but we would like to have the increase of support for the civilian people with disabilities. It should be at the higher level, because this culture of communication between those two layers of society should be in order. And the people who are healthy, can I say healthy? Without disabilities, okay. And the people who are without disability should understand how they should communicate with people with disabilities, because we can see different attitude to the wounded veterans. It is excessive heroization. People stand on their knees and kiss my hands. It is not that nice. It is not pleasant. And it makes me feel uncomfortable. So I'd like this culture of perception of people with disabilities to be changed. It does not mean that I'm a superhero because I was injured at war. There are other people who are as important as I am, and they couldn't take part in the combats because of some reasons. The state emergency service, the electricians, and others, all of the layers of population should understand their importance. They shouldn't make heroes of us only, and we should communicate in the equal conditions without barriers. Thank you. Thank you. We are shown that we are out of time. We don't have the opportunity to communicate with each other. We could only speak. We have zeros on our timer. Today you heard from different people with different fates who came here in the not the most inclusive space in the world, but they did a lot to receive us. You heard that inclusion in culture is not just the entry to the museum. It's not just AI accessibility, so as the excursion is done by the person with sign language or who is vision impaired. You saw that for many years Ukraine has projects which are the example for the European world and all the civilized world, and how this empathical culture can become hospitable. You heard about the examples and you were shown the tools. Please use them, disseminate them, and please know that you will always get help by your brothers and sisters in culture to become more inclusive, more open. And what Alexander says, all of the people are human beings, first of all. Whether you have a disability or not, you will get to know about that in the communication. Or this is just the person who got a trauma. You will get to know about that. Don't label people, be better people. Live happily and have a peaceful skies above you. This is the end of our panel discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you to our esteemed speakers and the moderator of the discussion panel. Let me remind you that this was Culture and Inclusion. The activist and deputy head of the group of active rehabilitation and the Council of Superhuman Center, the head of League of Strong Uliana Pcholkina, Thank you that you've joined us today. The advisor, the Commissioner of the President of Ukraine on Borderlessness, Tatiana Lomakina. We also thank the expert on inclusion and barrierlessness, the head of the project, the Guide on Barrierlessness for the Communities, Nina Akmatyuk. We thank the Executive Director of the Lviv Regional Center, Ukrainian Union of People with Disabilities, the expert on audio description and inclusive culture for the people who are visually impaired, Oksana Potenko, and we thank the director of the creative agency Bigger Stuff, Veronika Selega, and we thank the military, the veteran, the host of the show Leg Flu or All Inclusive, the writer Alexander Terran, and the round of applause goes to the director of the social enterprise Inclusive Hospital, Vitaly Servichuk. Thank you so much. And we are moving on. The one before the last module, culture and media. The speakers of this discussion will focus on the investment which can be done by the media and the cultural journalism for the support of Ukrainian culture and for the involvement of attention to Ukraine. For the participation in this panel discussion, we invite CEO of Starlight Media, Ukrainian producer and TV manager Alexander Bohutsky. And also, with your round of applause, we invite here a Ukrainian media manager, the head of the board of Suspilne TV, the member of the executive board of the European Broadcast Union, Mykola Chernototsky. We invite the head of the Center for Strategic Communications and Information Security, Igor Solovey. And also today we'll be joined by online by the MP of Ukraine, Deputy Head of the Committee on Humanitarian and Information Policy, Yevgenia Kravchuk. And also we have here online the Editor-in-Chief of Gmara Media, Serhiy Prokopenko. And with your, round of applause, the moderator is the Director General of the Ukrainian Information Agency Ukrinform, Oleksiy Matsuka. Hello, dear colleagues. We thank you for being interested in this panel discussion, which is in the intersection, which is interdisciplinary, media and culture. Though sometimes it's not that easy to see the difference between media and culture, because media is part of culture and forms the cultural agenda. But simultaneously, the culture is forming the media agenda with its new reflections, what we can see even today, with these requests for patriotic music and the requests that the culture should impact the mobilization moods. And the media, as well, is the leader for these measures and requests. As it was already mentioned, today in our panel discussion, we have my colleagues, Alexander Bohutsky, Mykola Chernototsky, Igor Solovey, Serhiy Prokopenko, by Skype, by Zoom, and Yevgenia Kravchuk. She'll be by Zoom as well. During 50 minutes, we'll try to work as well. We'll try to stick to the timing. This is our regulation, so let's not delay. And we'll let you go at 5 p.m. Till 5 p.m., let's try to find the answers to the questions which we had in this panel discussion. This is, first of all, it's interesting to get to know what communication models we have as of today about the Ukrainian culture in modern media. We have media managers of the biggest TV channels, and Igor Solovey, who is forming the agenda for some of the media organizations, we may say. through his researches, and also how the strategies of the communication are working, which we had in the beginning of the war and the full-scale invasion, and as of today, how relevant they are as of today. It's also interesting to get to know how we are adequately responding to the requests of the foreign audiences, and whether the Ukrainian culture is satisfying the needs of the foreign audience, whether it is interesting for anyone, and how through our media platforms we can disseminate all of that. And an interesting notion for me as a journalist is the cultural journalism, what that is and at what stage of development it is now as a sphere, because cultural journalism is at the secondary or maybe tertiary agenda in comparison with the political or economic journalism. Obviously, we have a very active political nation.
This is why, dear colleagues, I suggest we focus on matters the closest to you from those I mentioned. And please respond in 5, maybe 7 minutes to 1 or 2 questions I posted. I suggest we start from over there. Alexander Bogutsky, please, you have your 5 minutes. Yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you all. Big thanks to those who are watching us online. I have a summary of most important points. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you with the birthday. I think we have an important birthday today. People in the know who I'm talking about. Let us congratulate Lena Kostenko with 74th year. It's such a great honor and happiness to be able to live at the same time with her. Petro Maga mentioned today that whenever a missile strike alert sounds, we have to go downstairs to the shelter. Meanwhile, I watch my colleagues, and they barely scratched themselves because of that, as much people in the audience. Yeah, the sad side is we are having war. On the positive side, we are fighting for us being Ukrainians, for Ukraine not being Russia. Dear Alexander, sorry, but we were told we could continue. We have to make a balanced decision, because according to the protocol, we have to follow the security and safety requirements, but if everyone accepts that we can continue, we can stay. Do you want my written consent or by voting? And I think this is the time for the audience. Yeah, we cannot be scared by this voting threat. So who would want to stay and who? Okay. With clear conscience, I think if we are going to have missiles coming in, there will be more information. Yes, but just in case, if someone is more comfortable about staying in shelter, you can go to the lobby, which is our certified shelter place. Yeah, thank you. I hope, Zhenya, you're in a safe place with us. So this time of our joint living, serving with Lena Kostenko around is the time when you should ask yourself a question. What have you done to be remembered, to make a difference? And this is why we showcase many cultural things about that. This is what I would suggest you to ponder about, how to better engage you as partners, to show more of culture, a bit more initiative from those who understand better what is happening, how things are developing, a bit more work we have now. And yes, we have journalists doing nice pieces about books, about theatrical performances. Interestingly, the things about culture are always getting less readership, offline, online. Meanwhile, I think it is very important for us to foster a culture of partnership. A bit more information, an interview with the writer, a thorough piece about a title. It's, I wouldn't say it's about creating a cultural god. It's rather some better, attitude. Because yes, we have a lot of hate around. Wrong questions, wrong personalities, wrong time, wrong whatever. Sometimes I have a feeling that we are being helped by someone to have less of positive things, and this can be offset only by the common culture. And I really suggest you ponder about it because, we invest a lot in TV series. Some of them, individual ones, can be called, like important ones, like Pereviznica this year and so on. But there are also times to revisit some classical masterpieces and other such things. We need to have some uniform understanding of how to create something around Nazar Stodolia. And this would require cooperation, and maybe with Alexei and Mykola, the three of us could sit and think over how to deal with it. Same about restoration of cultural assets. I think it's a matter of having this grassroots movement, grassroots culture, not necessarily from the top. The acting minister, Rostislav Karandyev, said today about the need to be more human-faced. And actually, it is about a huge cultural revolution to happen for the ministry to say something like this. But definitely, it's a sign that culture has been growing. So I'd like to thank again everyone who has stayed. You're fearless, you're culture lovers. I ask you to be our helpers when it comes to selecting topics, selecting heroes, protagonists. It's a matter of investing, treading carefully step by step together with our audiences. Let us think. If we need something bigger, let us think over it. What could we do? I have this desire to search for better options, and I think the panel is nice to discuss just that. And I pass the floor over to Mykola. Mykola Chernotitsky. Yes, as a public broadcaster representative, I can tell you that culture is one of our priorities. We have a rather stylish section on our website about culture, cultural policies, a radio station called Culture, TV channel on culture. Many times we have quite acute discussions and we have quite lovely exchanges over it, which is an indication that we are doing something good. But again, being a public broadcaster, we need to have more say in promoting our culture abroad. One of the top platforms for that is the Eurovision contest, and we work with our partners on that because we want to showcase our young performers. We want to show our culture to Europe. We want to remain in the cultural agenda of the European Union. their audience is huge, about 160 million of people following Eurovision. It also is a reflection of a great demand from our audience. Remember the BBC run Glasgow competition last year, if I'm right to remember. Yeah, see, you say it was done by BBC. It was done by Suspilne together with BBC, Starlight Media, and many other things. See, a Ukrainian kind of is shy naming us among the world brands. Yeah, okay, entirely correct from your side to mention it. Again, that was one of the most vivid manifestations in the last year. It was very nice to see how our partners, BBC, Starlight Media, 1+1, etc., performed throughout that. It is also important that within the European Broadcasting Union, we had a range of different types of concerts and performances. Tribute to Miroslav Skorik, many others. We had like 39 mentions by some of the biggest Europe's broadcasters. So it's really important to be able to show the importance of our Ukrainian culture and use every outlet for this. The last case with Oscar Award ceremony, with that international TV version and some criticism about it, and now we know that this TV version will be improved. Disney is going to restore this part on documentaries. I think it was our responsibility to come back to them with this. So yeah, we have to be more consolidated with our partners, the media, the parliamentarians working in the Council of Europe. I don't know how much Evgenia Karchuk has been doing for that. So there will be more challenges and more work will be needed. Oh, yeah, okay, thank you, Igor Soloviev, please. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. As a center that has been existing with the Ministry for Cultural and Information Policy, let us not forget this abbreviation. I would rather focus on the information part of it, particularly on the rethinking of the role of culture and the media in the current times since the beginning of the full-scale invasion. The situation, we do know everything about it. We see clearly how the war has changed every one of us, jointly, separately, our culture, our media outlets, how it changed this war with disinformation we've been waging, strategic communications included. I will start with rethinking the role of the media. We'll be looking at my scribbling here. So how this rethinking happened in the media sector. Some of the biggest first changes happened when the TV marathon came and Telegram functionality appeared. From the very beginning of the full-scale invasion, and for a good year and a half, we witnessed the growing trust of the public to media outlets, official communication channels of the central and local governments, and there was also a great deal of trust towards the single telemarathon. Meanwhile, in the past 6 months, we've been witnessing certain changes in the management of those media outlets and in predilections of the public. Before the war, people would use Telegram, 20% of people would use Telegram as a source of information. Now we see a huge growth, close past 50%, and we see an increased demand for anonymous Telegram channels and their information. Yes, there are some Ukrainian ones, but for some reason, it seems the Ukrainians tend to trust more, even not official, but anonymous channels that cannot be identified with anyone. Not to say that the Ukrainians are actively seeking for Russian channels, but even Ukrainian, but anonymous ones. This is a system that is not regulated by anyone. It is not even self-regulated. The worst of it is that up until this moment, we have no ready decision on that. And we, the government included, are somehow feeding into this parallel system, helping it to exist. Another paradigm. At the beginning, people would trust more the official channels of communication and resources, and with time going, we saw this trust in government and state seriously going down, dwindling to the extent we need to do something about it, because this leads people to become not critically thinking, but being critical to whatever is happening around them, which puts under serious threat the whole fabric of our society. So let us see how methods of fighting Russian propaganda changed. This avalanche of the Russian propaganda has been impeded by far by an increased threshold of distrust to everything Russian. It is added by a very specific military vocabulary, some memes, some specific code words are increasingly used to identify interlocutors using this friend of foe method. And we also see such examples spreading onto Western partners of ours. The resilience of the Ukrainian society, critical thinking rather of being just critical to everything, proper communication channels are those prerequisites on which our ability to survive depends. Thank you, Igor. And now we have Sergei Prokopenko on Skype. Do we still have Evgenia Kravchuk online? Okay, with no her inside, let's go with you, Sergei.
Доброго дня, радий завітати до
Good afternoon. Big welcome to the forum participants. I represent one of the biggest regional media outlets in Kharkiv. When it comes to journalism in our region, we feel it is under very serious pressure. This has been due to some priority changes, resource limitations proper for local media, and the intensity of crisis circumstances in the region. I would identify several levels of the situation. A super crisis One which happened at the beginning of the full-scale invasion. And there was a period when true journalists nearly left our local media. Then we had the phase of stabilization, when outlets started highlighting local community developments, cultural events, just to show that the life was going on, and culture continued even at the time of this horrible crisis. We wanted the audience of cultural outlets to increase. We wanted Kharkiv theaters and cultural institutions to continue. Even in such dire circumstances, we wanted to help them find ways with their cultural products. And at the moment, let us put it as the current phase. We're looking into the current cultural processes. We're highlighting activities at the community level, cultural products, because this is necessary. It helps people improve their psychological condition. It helps them living and going on, and culture does help.
A substantial problem is the drawbacks of the state policy at the public policy at the zero level, at the grassroots level, the support for documentaries in the regions. And the main activity is done by the NGO sector, or support by international organizations. And this is a substantial number of the future national identity. The TV marathon and similar phenomena, which are focused mostly on the news, are not capable to cover the components of culture which would be important for national identity. Another point what we can now mention is the activity of the cultural community during the war, which has been transformed a lot, and as of now in the regions it's about the consumption by cultural organizations which are decreasing their actions. However, they involve the volunteers and humanitarian initiatives, and it really impacts them a lot. In my opinion, the role of media is to support these efforts. Thank you. Thank you, Serhiy. Evgenia Kravchuk is writing that she cannot connect because she's out of connection. Oh, she is here. Hello, Evgenia. Then we give the floor to you, if you hear us. We'll try to reconnect. Evgenia, it's important to hear your opinion. So, dear colleagues, in the first circle, we discussed the important points. Alexander Bohutsky said that we have to search for opportunities for culture and partnerships between media and separate media personalities and counteragents. Mykola Chernotitsky told that how Suspilne creates the investments into accessibility of Eurovision and Oscars awards for the Ukrainian viewers, which is the basics and foundation for the development of Ukrainian culture and consumption as well. Igor Solovey, in my opinion, has had a very nice notion about the importance of the concentration on the consumption of media, and especially consumption of media during the war, and how this consumption has changed during the recent years. And Serhiy Prokopenko said that at the regional level, it is important to emphasize and underline such a notion as highlighting the existing cultural life for the local territorial communities, because in this way you can involve more stakeholders and interested persons when you are in the crisis region like Kharkiv region is, and it's critically important for survival of the locals. One of the features is to support the civilians and their optimism at the places. It was important and interesting to listen to Evgenia Kravchuk. Maybe we can get in touch with her. So let's move to the second call. And I have a personal question to my colleagues. What do you think, whether there should be the culture united with information policy within the institutional activities? Igor Solovey has already started this topic as well, but it's interesting to listen to Alexander and Mykola's opinions, where should be this borderline between the cultural life and information policy. Alexander, the floor is yours. Thank you, Alexei. In fact, once I promised myself that I would not take part in the panel discussions which don't have women in them. So I'm really interested in Ms. Kravchuk to come back, because then I cannot stick to my promise. So after Alexei, who quoted us, let me quote Olena Zelenska, who used to visit this forum. She opened it and she said that we need to witness about us. We shouldn't be afraid of our own voice and to make it heard. Then, as the person responsible for this speech, I also prepared the quote of Mr. Zelensky, the president. I have a serious attitude to that. We have a war here. So in this sense, Zelensky said the following: all of our thoughts should be in the far perspective and long-ranging. Obviously, the president was speaking about long-range weapons and armament and missiles, and I would like to move to the topic of the creation of films and TV shows. And if we'd like our culture to be comprehensible and maybe even an example, then we cannot deal without cinema and TV shows. And knowing that within Ukraine we are a very successful media group, we on our own would unlikely be able to fund so many films. And it's very hard to work with cinema. We need partnership between the media and independent companies and the state. And again, I encourage all of you to follow this partnership. That we, like nobody else, are interested that the state money is used in an efficient way. And in this sense, I am satisfied that the support by the state does not take place just for a year, a couple of years, but is on a permanent basis. The only thing which I lack is maybe some conclusions on the way. For instance, the people who took money once or twice or 3 times and promised something, maybe we need to have some threshold of the promise. For instance, we believe you for 3 times, but when this is the 4th time, let us not give you the state money, please bring them back and give it to somebody else. And then we could have the culture of responsible partnership of the state and private businesses, and still the state could say, we would like to fund only the shows and films where the people would see the protagonists and they wouldn't be ashamed that they are Ukrainians or something like that. This is a normal process of production. When you, at the stage of the script writing, you're working and saying, this will be a positive character, this could be a complicated character. Most characters cannot be just even ambiguous. So I think that culture is a very specific ideology. And thanks God that we have such people like Lina Kostenko, let's come back to her poetry, and who can say that it's not an ideology? Who can say that Berestechko or every poem of hers, even love lyrics, is filled with humanity, is filled with something beautiful, which is hated by Russians who attacked our country? This is what we could feel. which TV shows we need to create, which TV and films we should create. I think that if it's the private-public partnership, they cannot be just about anything. Still, we need something inside, some content. And today we already heard what is happening with the Ukrainians, why it is popular in YouTube to see some Russian TV shows. Look, Russians are investing times and times more money into that, dozens of times and even hundreds of times more money than Ukraine does. Ukraine is hardly investing hundreds of millions. Russia does it $1.5 billion, which is done without Gazprom. And there's more. So we need even dozens or hundreds times more creative, more committed, more faithful. And let me say the following, the media themselves, even so cool as we are, will not do that on their own. It sounds that from my perspective, the TV marathon cannot do that. Look, our policy is to try to do that. We at least are trying. We at least are trying to select the most noticeable points for ourselves, as Mykola properly said, and to try tell about that. Look, we just need the support. You can't even imagine how important sometimes it is to have the high-quality feedback. For instance, thank you for the report. Thank you that you paid attention to the book. It's good of you that you created In Her Car TV show. It's good that you showed a new Ukrainian TV show, and you had courage to do that. Look, all of the TV series are paying back within 3 or 4 years. That means that all the money we are spending now, we believe that we will have this payback. So please share it with us. As for Kharkiv, and TV Marathon can't do that, look, we had such a dream, but we still haven't implemented it. To make more or less a kind of a support circle in cultural sphere of the people who could be our partners in the defined events, cultural measures and events, something what we need to pay attention to. Now our editors are coping with that. But maybe one day we'll do that as well. The last point to conclude, I am not in doubt that it's an ideology. And it seems to me that we would be more efficient, better, if our best literature, examples like Sofia Andruchovich, Serhiy Zhadan, wouldn't be focused on writing. Serhiy is singing as well, giving concerts, and it's our work. We just need to pay more attention to the messages which should be in the media. For instance, the TV marathon during the last year showed a huge number of social ads and its culture as well. Each of the videos is a short movie, and definitely we can make them better if we have the best ideas in the country. And the best ideas in the country are produced by the best experts. Just imagine if Anatoly Krivolap, Let Me Dream, decided that he has a script of some video reel, not just working on, no, not just, but still, that he is working on the icons in the church. So we appeal for everyone. If you have ideas and if you are not indifferent, work on the proper slogans, proper messages, proper narratives, so as we could have the better product than the others. Together, we will achieve better, you know that. Thank you. Coming back to our question, which I formulated, whether the culture should be united with the information policy. Mykola, please. Well, unfortunately, the information policy in Ukraine, sometimes it's interpreted in a different way. So I would rather look at the task which we try to solve in this case. What Alexander mentioned is totally proper. When we are creating content which is disseminating proper values and is explaining, as of today we have the huge request for historical projects, when we have the request for the rethinking of what happened with us. For instance, I'm sorry that the documentary Collapse, a TV show about the collapse of the Soviet Union, was shot. Well, I'm in fact proud that it was done by Suspilne, but still it is done only for the 30th anniversary. It should have been done before. In the future, together with the colleagues from Starlight Media and other media groups from the European broadcasts, I'd like to create the TV show about Mazepa. We don't have it, not a single high-quality movie about him. We need to speak about that. We have the rich history, we have the talented people who can do that. There is a request for that, but there is the problem with the issue with resources. And when from time to time these resources emerge, someone is trying to do that. So we need to be united for the sake of the proper values. I definitely understand that we need to create big-scale projects and to provide distribution, so as those cultural projects were not only successful, but had the potential abroad, because I think that in Europe there is a request for the understanding who the Ukrainians are. We are not comprehensible so far, and this is a big job to do, and it will ease and simplify our interaction when we explain who we are. Thank you, Igor. Let me really say in a short way, whether we need it, yes, we do. As what we can see in media consumption is the illustration of consumption. Yes, people would like to read what is flying as is there a missile or is there a MiG flight, but it's a short-term life cycle of the piece of news. But culture is about the strategy, about the long-term one. So any cultural project is the way to inform about this or that idea or narrative, the messages, for the very long, lengthy perspective. And a short remark for me, we can see what Russians are doing when they are taking and occupying our cities and villages. They instantly create the information ghetto. Besides all the rest, they try to cut this part from the Ukrainian cultural information space. So, of course, we need to create it with the help of the cultural products and projects. We need to create our strategic vision. Thank you. Thank you. And Serhiy Prokopenko by Skype. Should the culture be united with information policy? I don't think that culture should be united with the information policy. Though there can be a framework which could be offered to the cultural institutions, the organizations which produce the cultural content, which could do that in case they want to. I think it's a dangerous topic for the discussion when culture is told what to do and which senses it needs to produce. Because the potential which we are creating now with the involvement of the cultural projects and content, the rethinking of the current reality, the development of critical awareness and thinking, and the decrease of resilience of the society. It's also connected with the point that if we have a united framework and we don't have alternative opinions, it will decrease the trust to the current processes. For instance, the decrease of the trust to the TV marathon, which shows that it needs rethinking of media, of functioning of media and culture, the creation of democratic society. And also about the financial or just resource needs of media and culture. It seems to me there is a kind of balance in the system of management and distribution of available resources, that we can copy the Russian model just because we have less resources. And we need to focus more on the creation of the competitive products at the international market with the help of innovations and competition, even during the war. As an example, we managed to create our documentary without big public money, together with the foreign broadcaster, without the involvement of any public resources about the mass gravings, burial in Izum of Kharkiv region. And sometimes we cope with that thanks to the focusing at the international markets and partnerships. Under the conditions of the creation of the competitive product, it may work. So the framework may exist, but it has to cover, in my opinion, the existing components. So the organizations take it or they don't. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Dear friends, do you see me? This is my sound. I am at the railway station. Evgenia, can you tell us a couple of words? Hello. Yes, I'm ready. If you hear me and if you see me, well, you didn't have a speech during the first circle of questions. Still, we were discussing how the Ukrainian media are communicating about culture and what are the main messages and peculiarities and what should be changed or not changed in your opinion. You know, I would like to speak about the communications beyond, because Oleksiy and others and Alexander have spoken about that, as well as Igor did, about the communication as well. Let me tell about the communication from to beyond, and I'm incredibly grateful for the work of Igor Solovey and the center which is sponsored by the state. But still, as for me, especially during the 10th year of the war, when it is hard to keep on, let alone to be in the focus, we need to go deeper and to use the national connections. For instance, I may say about the interparliamentary cooperation that there are personal connections working, that we have some common work on some of the resolutions, especially the ones who came to Ukraine. Believe me, they're permanently sending some of the messages, and if they need to vote for Ukraine, this is the fact.
I can take this official example to combine the state-based policy and such horizontal links, like we used to have joint projects and airing of a public product, spreading the experience onto other public broadcasters, because it was like common content about Ukraine on platforms viewable here. I'm in Brussels here now. You can hear announcements done in various languages, and it's really a matter of learning other languages as well. It won't be enough to offer everything just in Ukrainian and in English even. You will also have to learn German, French, Spanish, other languages. Another good example of horizontal ties and links is what our festival industry does. They create association of musical events, and they have really groups of heads of European festivals coming to Ukraine to showcase Ukraine, to invite Ukrainian performers, to do everything to broaden the outreach, and this works. This works. We have people engaged, and these are the people that would organize an event, a festival, or something like that in Ukraine. They can do it elsewhere. So the instruments, like the one 20 days in Mariupol, if we are to recall the person who has the birthday party,
it's about some one-off event that has to be used, and really we need to design a really sustainable model which has to go through horizontal links, and it's not about Europe, not just about Europe. I fully appreciate the work done by Natalia Humenyuk, how she's working with Global South countries, with Asian, African countries, with India, those geographically remote areas that have never been within our information reach. So briefly, these are my ideas, and I suggest let us engage in such collaboratory efforts to see that Ukraine is not only heard in news, sadly mostly in connection with some ambushes, but also otherwise. Different topics could be covered, and it should be done in different languages. Check what Timothy Snyder has been doing for Ukraine on YouTube, explaining many things there. So this will lead to elimination of stories like the one of white flag promoted by the Pope, and really getting rid of that image of Ukraine being a small post-Soviet country strong within the influence of Russia. Yeah, thank you, Zhenya. One other short question as to whether the culture has to be united with information policy or vice versa, or it should not be at all. Well, it's quite a controversial issue. Actually, it can be both ways. It could be within one ministry, and I think the ministry is necessary, by the way, but it could be split for several ministries. Like there's a State Committee for Television and Radio Broadcasting, which is a government institution. It's a matter of looking into function, responsibilities, and cloud. Now we have experience from European countries and also in the UK, and they have the ministry that joins culture with sports, like we had at some point in time. I know of the ideas of dismantling the ministry. I know the position of Mykola Paturayev, and our committee's position is that there can be no say about dismantling the ministry just for the sake of doing that. Okay, thank you. We wish you a nice and safe trip. And we still have 5 minutes, so if we have questions from the floor, please. Just find the mic. You've mentioned multiple times today communication strategy matters and those messages that we would need to convey abroad and inside the country. In your opinion, who has to formulate those messages? Dear colleagues, anyone willing to take the question? Well, there is a dedicated occupation, like editors. Don't squeeze them out of the market. There are editors at editorial offices that have to see that the outlet and journalists offer quality. And they cannot be told by someone above how they should work, those editors. They need to know the ropes of the trade. I'm very much sure there is enough of skilled editors and journalists in Ukraine to do it. I will tell you the following. We have centers of strategic planning, strategic communication with ministries, and they are busily working on messages to be communicated abroad. This is an established practice. They work with stakeholders, promoting our position abroad, like our ambassadors with message boxes. Let me explain how we have it at us. You know, like official statements, like slogans from TV channels are approved by the leaders of the channel or a holder group. You know, every editor every day has to decide as to the type and number of events to be attended. As colleague from Kharkiv explained, there can be 100 of events, and you will have to decide which to attend. As he said, when having found some interesting topics, they had to find money to do that. I think everyone has to contribute to the shaping of the national policy wherever he or she works. We have this framework of free people, I would say. And in this regard, whatever Alenka Frolyak or Volodymyr Pavlyuk select topics and events to be covered, well, there are editors who communicate between them on that. These are the components of this policy. Now, we tend to discuss and communicate our most important initiatives. When we may agree on some working meetings with Rostislav, with others, the agendas are simple as to what can be done to make things better, to make more, to win in this war. I do like the videos we had after President Zelensky's address when he said, you either fight or work. And we had this reel to tell, we fight, we work, we will win. Because really, someone has to work and someone has to fight. Whether it is about, fiscal payments, whether it is about culture of taxpayers, it's about overall culture aspects. Or take this recent social ad about the importance of requesting fiscal receipts when doing a purchase in the shop. And this is a part of a bigger, very important policy. It's like the final step to confirm that the money were cashed in appropriately by the shop and proper taxes will be paid. It's like with cigarettes. You can buy them at full price, 70 hryvnias, or you can find counterfeit ones at half the price, which will mean that the remaining 35 hryvnias won't find their way as taxes to the front line, for example. We, in our media groups, 1+1, Inter, etc., we are very much open to share our videos, to have them available for better exposure. And even those programs offering like self-made directors, self-made editors, they also have some rules of the game at place. So yeah, maybe it would be easier to have it as a uniform governmental framework. But actually we are free people, and groups within the nation are also free. So I think it's a matter of one's own conceptions and convictions. I particularly like it very much that every news program in different channels has some separate name of its own. And my colleague mentioned those anonymous Telegram channels that people tend to use. I cannot wrap my head around it, because without knowing who is behind, you may not be sure who is peddling the news. It's like drinking unclean water. So it's our joint responsibility. We cannot say that it's ministry's responsibility. This is why we'll have to work. By the way, with thanks for your staying in the room, I can tell you that the alert has been cancelled. And when we are confident that we are doing things correctly, it will make the whole nation stronger. Thank you, Alexander. Our time is over for this panel. If you have maybe a final sentence or two, this is your time. Otherwise, we will wrap up the panel. Well, you said our time is up until 5, and we try to finish by the time. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the discussion, for the talk. And we thank our esteemed speakers. We had panel 3 on culture and media, and we had CEO of the Starlight Media, TV producer Bogutsky, Ukrainian media manager, head of the Executive Council of the European Broadcasting Union, Mykola Chernotetsky, Igor Solovey from the Center for Strategic Communication. We also had online with us Ukrainian MP, Deputy Chair of the Parliamentary Committee for Humanitarian and Information Policy, Evgenia Kravchuk, and Editor-in-Chief of Guarda Media, Sergei Prokopenko. And big round of applause for our moderator, Director General of the Ukrinform News Agency, Alexei Matsuka. Thank you. And we go on to the next panel, the last one for today, on culture and business. We will be speaking about the contribution of business in the cultural domain, particularities of relations between culture and business representative. Please welcome the founder of Citronelli St. Bar, Maria Ditkovska, Deputy Director for Communication SM Tatiana Kuchotska, Head of the Stamps Department at Ukrposhta, Ms. Mucha, Tatiana Malachai, Marketing Director Tatiana Tolochina, and the event will be moderated by the Professor of the Philosophy Department at the Kyiv Taras Shevchenko University, Chair of the Ukraine Cultural Fund, Natalia Krivda. Your round of applause to them. Good afternoon, dear attendees, dear panelists. Yes, culture is the driver of all the processes happening in the society. We are not peddlers, beggars. We are the basis of national identity and national security. I would like to invite our beautiful speakers, and we did prepare for the panel. So I suggest you answer a question we prepared for you, and you will have a chance to present your cases as representatives of private businesses, big companies, as those who are who have changed the country and are changing the country with your actions. So I will start with you, Natalia. What has the creative business been doing to help Ukraine win and to represent? Sorry, I did not present all you, but there was already a presentation. Natalia Mukhina, head of the stamp department at Ukrposhta, Ukrainian post operator. We need to do everything possible to tell the truth about events in Ukraine across the world, to collect donations and to destroy the enemy's morale. Thank you. Now, your business is having a very important social mission, working as an ambassador, patron. So, why businesses have to support culture at the time of war? Why do you think it is important? Well, because business is a strategic notion. Same can be said of culture. It is about a set of tools containing the codes of our nation. If businesses want to be conscious, sure of themselves, able to survive and thrive in Ukraine, they will need to support those institutions and values that can lead just to that. Okay, thank you. Now, a question to my dear colleagues, big business representatives. So both Tatianas, please. The public is now very sensitive to all sorts of appropriations not directed or aimed at defense. Many times we hear from the people, this money should better go to support the army. What is your take on the support of cultural initiatives? Good evening, everyone. Thanks to everyone who has stayed until the end of our beautiful forum.
So why do we support cultural projects, and how do we speak for the society? Why it is important for us? Our charitable foundation, MHP, is working for 9 years already, and the main task of ours was always the development of the communities. After the full-scale invasion, during these 9 years, we always supported the cultural projects in the communities in the 13 regions of Ukraine. And after the full-scale invasion, of course, the priorities have changed. And number one is the work for the victory, the support of the military and the veterans. Secondly, the help for the communities to stand, to persevere in the face of the challenges of war with different services. And Ukrainian identity has become our key value, which helps to win and to develop the communities. So the third important sphere in our value is the support of the Ukrainian identity and cultural projects, which we, during the last 2 years, have sponsored for more than 80 million hryvnia. Thank you so much, Tatiana. I would like to agree with my colleagues and say that our company of SIM, during the last 2 years, has provided help and support, first of all, for different military units for more than 7 billion hryvnia. But there is a cultural component in that as well. Why? Because what is our root is our history, that is our culture, that is our peculiarity and identity. And Ukrainian culture is targeted by Russia during the last 300 years. So as we, people, would not understand who we are originating from, who our parents are, and what's the specificity of this land. The last 2 years showed that we began to feel it, and now we need to really quickly and with lots of efforts, we need to bring that back, because we have an incredible culture, we have an incredible incredible history, we have a huge investment of our writers. It's not that easy. It was not easy for the short Ukrainian Renaissance, because once our parents and grandparents did everything, or at least to approach to the armed fight against Russia. Now we can protect ourselves. And this is what gives each of us strength to live on. Thank you so much. We believe in victory, we make it closer, but the recovery will be really hard. So the question goes to Valeria. What is the role of creative industries and culture in the post-war recovery? Thank you for the question. Well, as this is the final module, I would like us not to forget the organizers. We need to thank them because it's a very important topic and discussions which we are raising today. And in fact, the foundation of the post-war recovery is done today. It would be the most pleasant work for us. Of course, the habit can be formed in 21 days, and then it can be substantiated in months. We know how to donate, but it would be much more pleasant to fundraise for cultural events and projects, and it will be incredible. We as Megogo already laid this foundation. For instance, last year we launched the project of Ukrainian literature. We were supported by the First Lady and the Ministry of Education and Science. More than 250 works of Ukrainian literature were recorded in audio and accessible for free all over the world. What shall we do after that? We'll translate them into other languages so as the Ukrainian culture and works were the objects of love for everybody in the world, because this is the shortest way to the heart of any person. We can tell lots of stories, but for instance, my morning started with Lina Kostenko because she has her birthday today. I listened to her Marusia Churai in our project and came to this forum. I really enjoyed that, and I understand how interesting it would be to listen to by the foreigners. But first, we need to become those ambassadors. Please listen to that again. It's totally for free in Megogo, so you can, in fact, tell your friends, and they're numerous now because Ukrainians are all over the world. You can tell your friends in France, Germany, all over the world, in Japan, how cool our culture is, as people just don't know about it. This is pain and sadness for us, but still we need to begin to work with that even now. Thank you so much, dear colleagues. We made a deal that we'll have the opportunity to converse about some specific cases, how business invests into the development of culture, which non-trivial ways are being sought for, how the leadership is implemented in culture by businesses. So I'm really happy that today we have the leadership of women presented on the stage. So let me just give the floor to you. I will not comment on anything. I sincerely hope that we'll have then the Q&A session if there is such an opportunity. If not, we'll invent a different way of communication with the audience. So we decided it's about 5 or 6 minutes per each. If there are any reflections, please, you can share them. Let's start with Maria then. Okay. I would like to tell and to add to the previous words. So whatever is the emotional place of culture in our life, it is still the bigger part of creative industries and of economy. And all over the world, it is approximately about 11 or 12.5% of GDP, and it brings huge money for the state. So far, we have this indicator at the level of 6%, and there is a room for improvement. And we had a question about whether we need to pay attention to, and I already was thinking about that, whether we need to pay attention to culture during the war. Now, the culture has approximately 0.22 or 0.23% of all the budget of allocations for the defense of our country. So with those indicators, we can survive. Of course, we need to allocate more. And we are speaking about that. I can be very harsh. I wouldn't like to be, but I can. So we are speaking about our adversary. Let us speak about ourselves, just for half a minute. How much we do during the war. How many films we are making, how many books we are translating, whether we are giving them to different bookstores and libraries of our world to get acquainted with these emotions, and how much is done by our enemy. During the last year and a half, as I found in the open sources, our enemy has created 3 or 4 full-length films about Maidan and about Bucha as well, and about Duchess Olga and some others. So in a year or two, they will see the light of of our wonderful western part of the world with a very specific picture what, well, their own part, with their own interpretation of what our war is, who the enemy is, and who is protecting himself or herself. And it is really scary. So while we are sitting here and are trying to, unfortunately, shout to a small number of people what the importance of culture during the war is, please go on shouting out, because it's so important. Moving to my case, I promise to be as short as possible. I have 3 of them, but I will tell about 2 at least. So we are speaking about the more strategic or patronage points, and we have the support of business or certain personalities, and there are tactical points what business can transform into their activities, at least I hope, for each of the businesses and each person who has become strategically, potentially compulsory in the life of the everyday life of every person. That's charitable activity. If we speak about patronage, it's the decision, the mature decision of every person who is sure to stay here, to live here, and to support your family and your business in this country. Then I think about the main basic values which are encoded into what we are protecting. They're encoding our nation, our nationality, our history, our culture. And then I think what those values are. Since 2018, we are dealing with the promotion and popularization of the classical music among the people, and we are pushing and promoting Ukrainian composers and bands. We started with the open concerts for everyone, barrierless, in the open space, outdoors. And it's super important that it should be with a nice sound and nice musicians. We created the series of classical music, Classic Picnic, and we conducted for everybody who would like that. So our main task was that at least 2% of 100% visited us, 700 to 4,500, depending on the volume. And then we Googled what they heard and started to listen that at home and went on disseminating this culture. When we started speaking about that, involving people, we hoped to attract money or public support. We were told that this is the kind of the topic for the older people. And we were proud that the families came to us, including the families with children. And we had the all-Ukrainian composers competition. According to the composers, we brought back this profession. Then we created the Sounds of Peace. When the war was waged all over the country, where our people were found, they came to the squares and the streets from the places where they could be found, and they sang, they played instruments, they sounded with their culture. And there were a multitude of the initiatives. The main one is digitalization of notes, our Ukrainian operas. We started with operas, because even by the request of Czech and Polish conductors, they just wanted to play and disseminate our culture, our music in their countries. They at least didn't have the notes to play from. So it was an interesting, quote-unquote, interesting request. We don't only just want to share, but people would like to take it. We just lack it. We don't have it. So I ask, as each of us, we speak about institutions, businesses, bigger companies, but each of us just buying a ticket to the theater or buying a book or giving it a gift as a gift, you will invest into the value of the culture, because we need to get to know how to value what we have. We are paying too much, so as people could buy that abroad. People shouldn't think that they can do that on our own. Until we do that, we will not take this culture as a big value. Am I short of time? Just Google. Just half a minute. We have a very beautiful project if we speak about tactical objectives, because in April of 2022, we understood that this is the marathon. Our war is for the long run, and our life in that. And now everybody is going on donating, but the word donation already leads to the habit. We got used to donate. And we understood the creativity of the industries in to invent some super interesting solutions which would allow to modify this donation into the creation and unity of business, the art, or any other tool of culture, and charitable activity. So charity, we created such a project, the Victory of Dignity, or in French, Victoire de la Dignité, in French because this is the limited, beautiful collection of champagne for the Victory Day with our partners from Champagne, which has become the diplomatic drink for the victory, where 6 labels were created by one of our most distinguished artists, and they embedded their own symbols of victory there. And now our Ministries of Foreign Affairs is proud of that. It's a wonderful gift. It's a diplomatic thing, and we are really proud of that. First of all, the whole profit of the sales of this champagne is given to the military central hospital and mobile hospitals, because this is the part of our long-term support of theirs, and we disseminate it as our mission. We disseminate Ukrainian art. We represent in Ukraine that we are not just asking for that. Unfortunately, we are not just the sacrifice or the victim of this war. We are proud of our culture. Thank you, and sorry for taking your time. What you're beginning to speak about is the war of senses. Let me emphasize, 1 billion euro is planned by Russia in the culture budget. 2.4 million is for the support of so-called regional departments in the occupied Donetsk, Lugansk, and Zaporizhia regions. And they even counted how many satellite antennas they need to install to cut Ukrainian TV. I'd like to speak to Tatiana now. Culture and business, what do you do? How do you motivate yourself and others? I would like to say that within the company, we have a big tradition to work with the cultural projects. With some of them, we faced them already before this situation. This is my favorite, the development of Khortytsia. We had enough time to construct something there. So whatever we said was not just like that, but we were led by our Ukrainian star, because from the huge project of the restoration of the Khortytsia Island and the wonderful museum which is located there, we already had the Hill of Unity with the installed flag, and it is still there. That's incredibly important. And secondly, we published a book, The History of Ukrainian Identity. I really dreamed that we would come back to this project. I adore it. This is the project of Gritsak and Komarov. Komarov is my student of the philosophical department, and he's at the front line now. Yes, I will tell about a different case, but this is my adoration. I cannot help telling about that. And another story which took place in 2021 is a huge exhibition at the exhibition center, 30 years of Chernobyl disaster. The story of how we lived through that so as that never happened again. And then the huge invasion started, and our first big creative project, you've heard about that as well, the bracelets of invincibility out of the last steel in Azovstal plant. So speaking about which projects are becoming successful, it's always a symbiosis. It's always the initiative of the business which feels pain and which feels this importance. These are the ideas of the genius creative industry and the request from the society together with the creative people. We, the representatives of business, are responding to that. I would like to tell you, maybe you forgot about that, but in the day when the bracelets emerged, the first limited number was 10,000 of them. They were bought in 6 hours, bought out. Altogether, we sold 100,000 of bracelets, and thanks to that, we collected 300 million hryvnia, which finally were spent to buy drones, sea drones, and Shahed catchers. We are not just proud of this project. Every time thinking about what we can do, in each of our projects, we add this kind of a tiny speck of a historical truth about ourselves. We are adding creativity of the people who are speaking this special language with us in the world, and we are sure that we need to do that every day. I fully agree with you. Because now we face a huge challenge. We have a huge project, the Heart of Azovstal, which was created by Rinat Akhmetov to help the defenders of Mariupol. And one of the huge questions which we are speaking about on a permanent basis, and many NGOs as well, is we need to raise the issue of the guys and girls who are captured. I need to tell you that the traditional methods, especially for the Europeans, are not working that much. We need to reach them only with the tools which are creative. Those are exhibitions, those are billboards, those are books, those are concerts, those are what can get to the hearts of the Europeans, in spite of the rational and all of the points which are done by Russia.
Because they're technologically savvy, and what we can use to defeat them on this battlefield, and this is a battlefield, is our love and creativity. This is something they cannot steal from us, something they could not steal from us for the past 300 years. The Ukrainian language was banned multiple times. Ukrainian books were disallowed from being published. You cannot use the Ukrainian to either get taught or present or anything. But still, the Ukrainian culture has been growing due to its creativity, its love, whatever the hurdles. This makes the foundation for our future, for us, for our kids, for the generations to come. Thank you. Culture is really an environment that brings to life senses which we can use to reach for the hearts of partners and our own hearts. Media are a great generator of such senses. So, Valeria, a question to you. If I am right in formulating your case as that of the media, yes, we have a brilliant moderator. But she's been nicely trained to keep the timing, so I will present just one case instead of the 3 I planned. So let me revisit the case of business and culture, because we're about business here. Businesses do know how to build processes and see how these things will affect or change your niche, because it will translate into changes in your own business. This is how markets work. We have 2 projects, Megago Music, Premium One, and World. Megago Music Award and World. And this award really affects our podcasters. The number has tripled in some short time because of new opportunities and possibilities they've got. I think Voice is the most successful, important project yet. For our Megago service, it is important because we are operating on the market there's a catalog of world studios with no Ukrainian soundtracks historically, and there is no funds available with the government to do it. Because of that, back in 2021, we launched a studio of our own. And then it was the period, when the war just started, our resources were in high demand, and companies started to optimize their costs. Not in our case, many artists that we used to know, they started working even like free of charge almost. And we reinvested in this project of bringing the Ukrainian voice to world's seminal movies. We spent $250,000 in that, and we were able to bring the Ukrainian voice to 50,000 minutes of the content. And we also contributed to other studios, voicing in Ukrainian some 220,000 minutes. So we provide them with opportunities, and they work. They work legally. You know that we have pirates on the market. Lots of voiceovers are being done like as a pirated copy, and many international players don't think this is okay. They don't know our market, and we are just opening our market to them. We are showing the product being voiced over in Ukrainian versus Russian. We see huge changes on that. And whenever we see a content with optional English, Ukrainian, and Russian voiceovers, we see that Ukraine is becoming the dominant one. You know that until some period, unfortunately, a lot of Russian content was used. Now we are overcoming this language barrier, and the more voiceover lines we are going to have in our service, the better our market will develop. We are actively working on the project. We already see 67% of our total catalog Ukrainianized. Surely it's not 100%. And you know that the last 10% being the hardest part of the way, but we are going toward that. We do understand we need to join efforts. We work with our partners to see who's got which voiceover. If we have the voiceover and they don't, or vice versa, we find how to agree on that. Because it's a matter of our joint existence on the market. It's about our effort to decriminalize, depiratize, I would even say, the market. And we see increasingly people are ready to pay for Ukrainianized content. Every time we expect some show, the movie premiere, we Google it, and unfortunately we see that number one query is always about watching something offline free of charge. We had our documentary 20 days in Mariupol. We Googled it, and we were knocked out by the fact that the top request was seeing this documentary on in a fee-based mode, so people would use this payment feature. And yes, they did buy the movie. It will be premiered on all major streaming platforms. Just my advice to you, use the legal ones. Question is, people have started buying legally, and people say that, yes, I've been to movies to see it, and I want to pay for the copy online just to pay for the content. So thank you. I'd like to thank everyone for contributing to the development of our market. Big thanks from us to all our cases, to all our efforts. Going on with the topic, if we would ask people in the room, does any one of them has a stamp with the patron dog, the mining dog, or the Russian Moskva cruiser? You know, actually, this is, I would not even say a project for Ukrposhta. It's our mission, which falls well within the meaning of the law of Ukraine on postal communication. I think the fact that we have stamps having several functions in Ukraine, as collectibles, as financial means, as postal means, yes, we do know that. But only with the beginning of the war, we came to understanding that stamps can go longer way. You can get donations via them. You can use them to destroy the enemy and its morale. So integrity, precision, art. This is our slogan now. Our stamps tell the real life stories of us, ourselves. You do remember, you know, that it all started with a phrase now famous from our servicemen who sent the Russian Navy vessel far, far away. It kick-started us. And that was the first ever case for us. It was even relayed by a US TV anchor who amazed at us, saying, come on, they have been shelled, they are being bombed, and the whole country is voting for the best design of a national level stamp to glorify the Ukrainian servicemen with their rude words against the Russian Navy vessel. So what was that? Was it a collaboration between the armed forces and Ukrposhta? Was it an attempt to look into the future? Was it just a coincidence? I think the answer will come after the victory. Now, on 14th of April, when cruiser Moskva finally was sent to bottom, the whole country woke up as stamp collectors. To tell that Ukrposhta units were stormed by people would be to tell you nothing. The main post office saw even fights, people quarreling over the stamp, clamoring for it, because everyone wanted this stamp. The total run, by the way, was 8 times more than the pre-war average. 1 million copies. For 2 years, we've been really inspired by our stamps. Crimean Bridge and Core, Crimea with Ukraine, we had dedicated editions to the defense forces of Ukraine, to the security forces of Ukraine. We had 36 series launched to describe and tell the story of pain, hope, victory, the hope being the only one shared by the many. 2022 was the record year for stamp collectors in Ukraine, when the number of issued stamps was 5 times higher than the previous time, and revenues of designers went 12 times higher than the pre-war ones. It was exceptionally important to support Ukrposhta branches in the early critical months of the war. In 2022, it happened so that we were technically ready for charity stamps to issue them. We had all the regulations in place, and that allowed us, on the first year of this full-scale war, to launch those stamps and collect donations. The first set was about the demining dog with the tag name of Patron. The real idea was not to tell the story of the dog himself, but to warn the public against unexploded ordnances, mines, the dangers of it, tell the story of the grain corridors. We also had, in addition, to commemorate 300 years of philosopher Skovroda, glory to Armed Forces of Ukraine, F-16, children painting the future of Ukraine. All of the funds donated by the Ukrainians from those stamps have been used by the Ukrposhta to support our military, to build school shelters, to buy drones for the army, to help animals in shelters, and many other projects. I mentioned it at the beginning that stamps can be weapons. Yes, they tell the true story of Ukraine. Secondly, it's really nice to see Ukrainian stamps being shown live on Russian TV channels, to see their emotions there with that Moskva cruiser, with the Crimean Beast and Core, the destroyers of evil. And that was the time when we did understand we were right, the bullseyes, with them. There were some ceremonies to officially stamp out those stamps, and we had international leaders besides President Zelensky and Denis Shmyhal participate in them. We had Boris Johnson, we had Security Chef Budanov, we had Metropolitan Epiphanius, the infamous Patron dog, and many, many other prominent figures and personalities, participants of this horrible war, participate in the launch of those stamps. Last year, postal offices of some European countries issued a stamp, Peace, the supreme value of the world, based on the design templates just at Ukrposhta. At the time of war, our stamps have become a kind of currency. They're a nice gift. They are very important participants in auctions, particularly those with the signature of Valery Zaluzhny. In 2023, the first Ukrainian military stamp became the winner of an Italian competition. It was presented at the Smithsonian Museum in Washington, in the UK. All of the stamps issued by Ukrposhta on the first year of war received multiple awards as the best one for that year. Thank you, Tatiana, for waiting for your time to speak about big business, the war, culture, hopes. Thank you as well. It's a big honor to share this panel discussion with you. Wonderful women. I'm really proud of us Ukrainians being so strong and able to do such wonderful things. I was thinking which project to describe in the allotted 5 minutes. It's no small task, because I would like to express all our feelings, hopes, wishes. I think I will describe some of the underlying principles and support with information from our projects. Our foundation, based on Ukrainian business, MHP has been supporting Ukrainian communities for 9 years. We've been traditionally supporting Ukrainian culture in small cities and settlements. We would bring Ukrainian cultural products like Ukrainian films there. Within the Watch Ukrainian initiative mentioned by Andriy Rizol at the previous panel, we tried to show Ukrainian movies to Ukrainian audiences. We had Ukrainian film ambassadors come with us, Irma Vitovska, Artem Setablayev, Bogdan Benyuk, others. And strangely enough, after the start of the full-scale invasion, the project only became stronger, going to military units on the front line and later on to military hospitals. From here, another project was born, Culture versus War. It has already been mentioned today. It contains 6 documentaries about Sergei Zhadan, Taras Topola, the photographer's pair of Liberovs, and other such prominent cultural figures who, some of them also took arms in their hands to defend their country. And yes, those movies have been screened abroad. 117 events so far at UNESCO office, at EU institutions elsewhere. This is something we've been doing for Ukraine and the Ukrainians abroad. Also, the efforts of our funds are also focused inside the country. Just to mention our joint project with Cossack System Group band, a rather patriotic one, and only by attending the concert you could truly appreciate it, and we collectively get donations for drones. We've been able to collect more than $1 million for equipment needed on the front line, and the key mission of the concerts, more than 200 of them so far, it is about a very frank talk between Ivan Alenyo, the frontman, with the audience.
And he's explaining with the simple words why the main outcome of the main Ukrainian battle depends on each of us. His words are the following: that a little girl in one of the settlements of Vita Poshtova, this is the settlement not far from Kiev, she brought her savings boat where she was collecting money, and she gave it to us so as we could acquire a drone, and gave it to the front line, and it killed a Russian. So being at different concerts of really cool people, the artists who are the volunteers and collecting money, fundraising, I am proud with Cossack System most of all, because they provide the energy. That is really one of my favorite projects. Seeing that, and today we heard this topic frequently during our panel as well, when the Russians were occupying the territories and just injecting, wanting to take the minds even of the smallest children through their Kremlin projects like the Fir Tree of Wishes. Responding to these aggressions, we republished the book of Ukrainian children's folklore, Hrylik, of the Ukrainian ethnographer Maria Pilepchak, who during her life collected with tiny bits in different corners of Ukraine the children's folklore, the wedding folklore, even in the settlements which were unfortunately drowning because of the explosion at the dam. This was the project with a huge demand in the kindergartens and schools, because we had workshops of Maria in the institutions, in the communities, because though it may seem weird, but we still see the deficit of content even for the smallest children. They have foreign songs, the Russian ones translated into Ukrainian, but still our own origin, our content, which is purely Ukrainian, is important to be developed and to give it to the generations of the children who are still staying in Ukraine as well. And the last sphere I'd like to highlight, and I consider it to be incredibly important, is the support of the museums. After the beginning of the full-scale invasion, we took a decision to support and finalize the construction of the entry group in the National Museum of Architecture in Pyrogovo. This is a kind of a modern ethno-portal, as we say. It used to have a small booth with a guardian, and now it's a real modern place. The person is getting through it from the modern life and can join the events, the life, the knowledge, the history of our ancestors. So, being inspired by these projects, we paid attention to the communities where we are working at. That is more than 100 of amalgamated territorial communities, 17 settlements of 13 regions of Ukraine, together with the heads of the museums who are very active. It's not about us being patrons and looking who we should give money to. The key point is the person who is the head of the museum and his or her vision for the development of the museum and understanding of the importance of what they are managing. We have supported 5 more local museums, one of which is the Museum of Tripilla Culture in Hedzano village in Cherkasy region. This is the biggest settlement of Tripilla residents which was found in Ukraine. This culture dates back to times which is more ancient than ancient Greek or Egypt, because though it is shameful to admit, but I didn't know about that before. And lots of things were not given to me during my time in kindergarten or at school. So now I'm growing and my team is growing. Now we can do that with the entry group. And it increased the passengers' throughput, I would say, because according to the rules, we should have 2 entrances to the museum, and they had only 1. So it really decreased the opportunity and the capacities of tourist flow. And the Museum of Tripilla Culture, and also we have supported 4 museums which were devoted to the distinguished Ukrainians. This is the Museum of Mykola Leontovich at Vinnytsia region. We created a replica of the sofa where the KGB worker killed a famous Ukrainian composer, the author of Shchedryk song. And again, I have to admit that I heard Shchedryk for the first time watching the movie Home Alone. And this is the shame that we didn't know our own, and we still don't know our own distinguished Ukrainians. We supported the Museum of the Dissident Vasyl Stus, and within this project, besides helping with the artifacts and stands, we gave birth to a documentary with the remembrances of this museum director, Mr. Dmytro Emelianchuk, who is 96 years old, and he has a really pure thinking. He is applying to the projects, and he is full of plans to develop this museum in Rakhnivka village of Vinnytsia region. This is the place where Vasyl Stus was born. This is the Museum of Vyacheslav Chornovil. We reconstructed part of the mansion of the museum, and this is the Museum of Vasyl Simonenko in Cherkasy region. Within this project, we are also united efforts with the family of Vasyl Simonenko, with his daughter-in-law, and we published the poems which never saw the light of the day, 80 pages of the diary of Vasyl Simonenko, who used to be 28 years old when he was killed after being beaten by the police officers of Soviets at the railway station. All of that is significant for us. It is significant for the Ukrainians and for the future generations. Besides that, it has a valuable thing. It's also has the economic component for the community, as our panel discussion is about business and culture. So we have tourism around these museums being born. We reconstruct and we have the renaissance of arts and crafts. People are selling their goods and also food, what they cook. So the new entrepreneurs emerge, they pay taxes, they create job places. The key role is not only the value component, but also other side effects. Thank you sincerely. Yes, a round of applause, dear friends, goes to you. Let me again repeat the phrase of Yaroslav Hrytsak, which seems to me a matter of principle and important. Values can be spread on the bread. The culture is the space where our values are living in, and our enemy wants to destroy it. If you allow me, I'd like to express my gratitude again to the organizers of this forum. It's the big work. We know how hard it is. We thank you for your inspiration and stubbornness. And I'd like to introduce our today's speakers again, because it's a big honor to sit with you here. You wonderfully coped with the task. So if you allow me, Tatiana Kokotska, Deputy Director on Communications of SKM, thank you. Maria Ditkovska, the founder of Citronelle Sandbar, the ideologist of the project The Victory of Dignity and the Open Music of the City. Natalia Mukhina, the head of the sphere of philately in Ukrposhta, Ukrainian Post Office. Tatiana Volochai, the head of the charitable foundation of MHP to the community, thank you. Valeria Tolochina, marketing director of Megogo, thank you. Everything will be Ukraine. Thank you. I would like to give you a gift, the book of Vasil Simonenko, which was published by our charitable foundation. I'd like to give it as a gift. A round of applause gives to you, thank you. And we also thank our wonderful moderator, professor of the department. Yes, I would like to agree with the words of gratitude from behalf of the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy, which became the organizer of the 7th Forum. Natalia Yurievna, I would like to thank all the moderators who allowed us to conduct this well-organized and high-quality project. Yevgen, these words go to you as well. Please join us here. All the participants of the last panel discussion. In the end of the day, that when you're already exhausted and tired, as well as our audience, but you were speaking in such an interesting way about those great things you've implemented, and I'm sure that you would be ready and listen and to be saturated with good deeds and actions. But this is the end of the forum today, and tomorrow I am sure we will work on all of that, we'll think on that, and it will be our direction for the future, how to work properly with the businesses, with the inclusion, with media, with all the representatives of creative industries which are making such important things for the country today. Thank you so much, Rostislav. Dear friends, in fact, today, please stay here just for a moment. So in fact, the day today again confirmed that Ukraine is in our creative and cultural space in spite of the exhausting, lengthy and full of sacrifices fight. And again, we voiced our culture, not only for Ukraine, but for the whole world. Today we had the First Lady of the country here, Olena Zelenska, who opened the Forum of Creative Ukraine. Today we had a diplomatic staff and many stakeholders and players and actors of the cultural field. Today we had lots of messages which are so important for our development, for our future. I thank you as one of the moderators and the ones who have the honor to conduct to launch the first forum. I thank Rostislav Volodymyrovich that today this was a high-quality, creative, and full of senses day which gives us hope for the victory. Glory to Ukraine, glory to its heroes. We thank you as well, Yevgen. We thank all of you who had something to do to creating our Ukrainian history. Thank you to our partners, our speakers. We thank all of you for the important discussions. And also remember that together we are capable to do incredible things. Thank you and see you soon.